Pleasant good day, ladies and gentlemen. On the live, pleasant good day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Main thing I want to talk about today is the political ombudsman. The role of the political ombudsman, the importance of the political ombudsman. And also, why did the JLP remove the political ombudsman in the first place? And when you look at the role and the importance of the political ombudsman, you're going to understand why I'm asking that question. At this point, it is safe to call them the acronym JLP, the Jamaica Lawless Party. They use their majority because they don't want to play by the rules that was used. The political ombudsman was how are you doing, Deb? Why did the political ombudsman become a thing in the first place? That's the way you have to ask yourself. You get me? Why did the political ombudsman become a thing? What was the reason why they had to have a political ombudsman in the first place? Because in the 80s, there was mass unalivings, right? Warfare between political groups and supporters. Lots of life was lost. And the political ombudsman was put in place as a referee to, one, prevent such things from happening with legal sanctions and hold both parties responsible. You understand? That's why the political ombudsman was there in the first place. So, when you look at that summary, that's a small synopsis, we're going to go into more detail. When you look at that summary of the political ombudsman, you ask yourself the question, why would the Jamaica Labour Party want to remove the political ombudsman? And we all know the stance of the People's National Party. Mark Golden and the People's National Party has been strongly against the removal of the political ombudsman from the jump. Aston Wickman, salute, good day to you. You understand? They have been strongly against it from the jump. So I'm trying to figure out, ladies and gentlemen, why is it that the Jamaica Lawless Party, first of all, even removed the political ombudsman in the first place? Right? And in removing the political ombudsman, what we're now seeing is the reason why the political ombudsman should have been there in the first place. The first person that started it is the mayor in Mobe, right? Taking down, well, not allegedly, because he said he did, taking down the People's National Party posters while he has posters up from last year local government election. So there's a clear abuse of power here, ladies and gentlemen. And now, after calls for a political ombudsman to be reinstated and the law tear down, Delroy Chuck, the Minister of Injustice, in all his infinite wisdom, the same person that don't want to release the sex offender registry list, but is putting laws in place to put a child in prison for 15 years. A child, you know, in prison for 15 years. But he doesn't want. He wants to protect people that are sex offenders. Because, you know, their career and they need a second chance. But somebody that does another crime doesn't need a second. A teenager can be put in prison for 15 years. You know, there's a lot that is going on. There's a lot we can talk about. It's just there's not enough time in the day, honestly. And I don't have it. I don't have the energy. Mel Double, how you doing, my brother? Salute you. Jamaica has become so toxic under the Jamaica Lawless Party. I mean, I'm literally like, I'm tired of this government. I am praying to God to remove this government expeditiously. And everybody that is a part of that government, that support that government, I am asking God to remove them from our society. Right? I was listening to Dre Bryan before I even go into the crux of the show, because I have a lot to deal with. I was listening to Dre Bryan earlier, and I'm gonna post that video. It's already loaded. All right, and he played a tape of a labor right, a criminal-minded labor right. You guys remember the protest with the JFJ, the Jamaicans for Justice? The Jamaicans for Justice went to protest. What did they go to protest for? They protested for police to wear body cameras. Mel W., you are from the United States, my brother, if you're still here. We have an organization called Jamaicans for Justice. That is it tells you what they're about. Justice for Jamaicans. And they did a protest. They had a protest the 29th of April for mandatory body-worn cameras to be used by the police. And a supporter of the present government said that he would want to drive past the protests and rat-a-tat-tat-tat the people them, because in 8 PMP, which is saying that everybody that is supporting the cause is PMP. Everybody that is supporting justice for Jamaicans is PMP. Well, I'm going to stand with the Jamaicans for Justice and the people that want justice for Jamaicans. Because it says to me that the JLP does not care about Jamaicans. Even the JLP supporters that support JLP does not care about Jamaicans. To make a statement that they want to drive by and unalive the people because they are asking for mandatory body-worn cameras for police. This is the state that which our country is in, ladies and gentlemen. It is in a deplorable state under the Jamaica Lawless Party. And they are to be blamed 100%, and I'm going to tell you why. Because when people come out and make these types of statements, brother, I'm not joke me, listen to me. Splash DJ. I'm sorry I didn't wake earlier, right? I was having fun. I ain't gonna lie. I was having fun with my best friend in life. You understand? Last night I haven't seen her in months because she does not stay here. You understand? So I was doing real life stuff. You get me? Which I don't often do. Alright? But I decided that I'm going to rest my body. I woke up, I could have woke up and crawled out of bed and started doing all of this now, but I said I need to rest my body. I need to rest my mind. You get me? Because there's a lot going on. But anyway, we are here now. And I'm telling you, I am not capping. Dre Bryan played a tape of a labor right. As a matter of fact, if you know what, let me look at the phone. Let me look at the phone. 1 second. I'm gonna make an earpiece side. I'm gonna make an earpiece side. Cause you know me not do the lying thing, you know.
Drive, kill off a dozen. Drive by and kill off a dozen of them blood clot. Yo, me hate bumbleclad PNP party, you know. I pay fuck for them instigating in Jamaica, you know. I care 0-1 like me for say that, bro.
Just a second, cause I can't even listen.
Man say one drive by and unalive a dozen. Man say 8 PMP party. I be an idiot thing they instigate. Dre Bryan after this I go say, well, you want him to drive by and unalive the people because they must stand up for body worn cameras. I'm glad say I'm a PMP. Why the JLP always project like that? Only you would have said something like that, JLP. I've never yet once thought about unaliving any citizen of Jamaica because of their stance politically. That is opposite to mine. Only the JLP. It is a recurring theme with their mindset. They have a dark, evil mindset. A lot of them. They always lead to violence. I'm glad you know I'm PMP, brother. Glad you know I'm PMP, because PMP people don't think like that. PMP people like democracy. Them like fairness. Them like order. And for good order, body worn cameras should be worn, because we need to root out the bad police them that is in the force, that is alleged contract killers, that can be bought. We need to root them out. So we need body worn cameras. And I've even suggested that, I hope this reaches some, clip this up. Mark Golding, who is supposed to be the Minister of Security for Mark Golding? Any one of them, Mr. Dayton Campbell, Splashy J can clip this up and send the doc. I am suggesting that not only should the police wear body-worn cameras on the front of their vests, but they need to have one behind their helmet. Very neat, inconspicuous, so that they can film behind them when they're actually operating in the street, to protect them even more. I have somebody in their ear communicating from the camera behind them. So if they're in any immediate, and you know what that would do? That would increase jobs. Because now you would have to have a facility where you have people 24/7 looking at these cameras in operation with the police. You understand? And what that would also do is, certain places that the police can go, it would help the police now to probe areas, and you might end up solving a lot more crimes having the thing on the back of your head like that. You understand what I'm saying? If we really want to clean up Jamaica the right way, we need due process. We need people to be locked up. We need this person that said that about the PMP people and drive by. I hope the police run go check them at them yard, just like how them check the youth to tell Andrew about his mother. You understand? That is somebody who's supposed to go check at them yard that said that out there more. That is somebody who's supposed to lock up. And somebody made the point that Tickman, when Tickman was unalive, the girl threatened the police and they went for the girl and them lock her up. Well, this man just threatened the whole Jamaica with a PMP, because they were standing at a peaceful protest and standing for mandatory body-worn cameras. That is what got him so heated, for him to want to drive by and just unalive a dozen PMP, because he hates PMP. And you think you're going to hear anything from Andrew Holness and his government condemning this type of rhetoric? You shall hear nothing, I can guarantee it, because they're cowards and they really think like how he thinks. And unless I see them do something, that is my opinion. Unless I hear Andrew Holness come out and speak against this rhetoric. But I don't expect him to, because one MP said over my dead body. The next one said we should take it to the streets. Right? Labor rights, let's take it to the streets. This is how they think. Jamaica, when it comes to the I am praying that all the plans of the evil, wicked order is reversed. I am praying that all the plans of the evil, wicked order in Jamaica that is at the helm is reversed. Because these people don't want the election to happen. Karen, how are you doing? Thank you so much. Double tap the screen to hit the like button. And remember, the donation link is pinned, ladies and gentlemen. For those who want to support the platform, we have the Cash App and we have also the PayPal, and the Zelle is there. For the Zelle, you have to hit me up on WhatsApp. How are you doing, Sandra Jones? Sandra Jones said, good night. And where you live? I'm most England and one of them places there. At night now, 6 hours ahead. After 6, wow. How are you doing? Salute to you. Guys, tell me where you're from. the people that are watching me. That's a thing I would love. I would love to see where you guys are from. What part of the world are you from? You're from Jamaica. Where are you from? Let me know. Alright? So me have my computer turn off. I'm gonna turn it on back now. Alright, me I play all of my audio them from. Alright, so first and foremost, before me get into anything. What's your name? The DPP. This man here, Bert Samuels, accuses the parliament of overstepping authority in criminal justice. You understand? And I want you guys to hear what he has to say before me get into the political ombudsman. Because I see there's a pattern, you know. Yankee bless, big up. There's a pattern, ladies and gentlemen, with this government. These guys, I call them the Jamaica Lawless Party. Alright? The Jamaica Lawless Party is what I call them. Trust me. Listen to this.
What I'm increasingly seeing is that the Parliament of Jamaica has taken over from the judges. When you listen to Minister Chuck, he sounds like what judges used to say. This matter is serious, life is precious, and the sentence I'm going to impose on you has to reflect the nature of the crime. I sentence you to X years imprisonment. That's how Mr. Chuck sounded a while ago. So the ministers in the Parliament, several of them, some from both sides, have taken over from judges. They are now sitting in Parliament and telling judges what to do and what kind of sentences they should impose.
You hear that? That is Mr. Bert Samuels. Very interesting take.
Judges respond to the community. Judges have said, listen, I have to take into consideration what the Jamaican community, the Jamaican society thinks about your offense. And now that you're found guilty, I'm going to punish you based on what I know because I live in the society that reflects what the community thinks is the right thing to do. Chuck and I are on the same page. It's just the wrong place. The place where all of this should be said is in a courtroom. All this question about sentencing and what should fit the crime. Judges are trained and equipped to do that, not politicians who are seeking in a near election to sound bad and tough so they can get re-elected. That's what it's all about.
I like this guy. I like this guy. Bert Samuels calling them out, man. He calling them out. I like this guy. He ain't lying. It's all about elections. But when they really peel back the layer, I mean, it's ridiculous. Let's hear the DPP going against the Jamaicans for justice or justice for Jamaicans. Listen to this.
Charged is 75-year-old farmer Frederick Watson of Trinity District, Porus in Manchester. The incident reportedly occurred in retirement districts.
No statute of limitation for RAPDPP says credible complaint is key. No. That's not the one I want. That's not the one I want. The DPP came out against Jamaicans for justice. That's the article I want. That's the article I want. Alright. Now there's also an issue with I'm gonna get to the main point, you know. There's also an issue with the education JTC bill. Basically, you know, them always defend everything, even when they come out with 100 concern. But Damian Crawford responded to Dana Morris Dixon. First time hearing this.
Statement Wednesday afternoon, spokesman on education, Senator Damian Crawford, says on the day the government intended to open and close the debate on the bill, approximately 35 amendments were circulated to senators on that very day. When challenged, it was indicated that an email containing the amendments was sent at 5:35 p.m. the evening prior, offering senators no reasonable opportunity to review the changes. Senator Crawford says the very intention to debate and close such a significant and far-reaching bill The day after circulating 35 amendments and with no meaningful time for review, betrays the seriousness the government claims to attach to this legislation. He also rubbish claims that the opposition was given 2 weeks to review the JTC bill before the Senate debate. He says the very next sitting of the Senate following the Easter holiday was used to debate the bill. Senator Crawford also took issue with the minister's claim that the concerns raised by the opposition were not raised during the debate in the Senate. He labeled the claim false, adding that every concern the PMP raised publicly was also raised during his presentation in the Senate on April 25. Furthermore, Senator Crawford says the minister's claims of broad consensus based on consultation are an intentional misrepresentation. He says an institution of no less significance than the Jamaica Teachers Association JTA, along with other stakeholders, has repeatedly proposed reasonable amendments and raised critical concerns, many of which have been ignored by the government in the final bill. Senator Crawford says the minister also miscategorized the opposition's position on the moratorium. He says the opposition did not question the moratorium, but instead suggested that reasonable extensions be granted in cases of hardship during the license renewal process. Khaleesi Wright for Nationwide News.
So, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon is now being called out by Damon Crawford. 35 changes, and you just want to pass it. And this is something that they have done before. They keep rushing these bills. They keep rushing the Portmore thing, everything. Everything, them rush it. They don't. I've never seen a government. No, that's not true. Opposition. No, I've never seen an opposition that has been opposition in a country for more times that they have been the government. I've never seen them go into government and now don't want any opposition. This is what I'm seeing from the Jamaica Lawless Party. They do everything to reduce the power of the opposition, which is why they have taken out the political ombudsman. It is a way, ladies and gentlemen, for skullduggery moving forward in the elections. And I want you to tell me in the comment section, 1, where you're from, and 2, do you support the removal of the political ombudsman as they have done? All right? Or do you support the reinstatement of the political ombudsman as it usually was, where the political ombudsman was independent and not biased to any party? Which one you prefer? You prefer a biased political ombudsman, or you prefer a non-biased political ombudsman? If you want a biased political ombudsman, put a 2 in the chat. A biased political ombudsman is a 2. A non-biased, 1. Leroy Townsend, Manchester in the place. Big up yourself, Townsend. Splash the Lensford Williams. Jamaican born. We have Roslyn in the place. Good afternoon to you, Roslyn. Miss Swaby, how you doing? Mr. Lenford again. CW say good afternoon. Make sure the Chinese not voting in Jamaica. Brother, I don't have no control over that. The way how they structure the law, I guess after 2 years, they're married to somebody or whatever, them can vote. So hey, that's another thing, innit? Says good afternoon, wait. Jamaica belongs to Andrew, Juliet, Paula, and all the green snakes. Jamaica already is a republic, and we don't know because Andrew and all him green snakes are acting like dictators. Now, I see your point, but legally they are not because the constitution still stands. Alan Bin, did you hear the question? If you want a biased political ombudsman, meaning the one where them just acting political ombudsman, where them just put up, if you want a political ombudsman that is biased, put 1 in the chat. That means you support your party and not independent of both parties. If you want a political ombudsman that is fair and not biased, put a 2 in the chat. That's what they say. No, you're right. Alan Bing, sorry. You're right. You're up on the right side of things. Pick up yourself. I actually said it a different way this time. So, if you support a political ombudsman, ladies and gentlemen, as it was before, when it was previously stated, when it was previously instituted, put a 1 in the chat. If not, if you like how things are going with the Jamaica Labour Party, put a 2 in the chat. Anyway, let me see if there's anything else from this. All right, that he basically put everything. Okay, wonderful. Now, this is an article. Former political ombudsman questions increase in budget for office now subsumed by ECJ. Make we hear what she have to say. This is the former political ombudsman, and I'll be playing a lot of her stuff. Wait.
Donna Parchment Brown was the last holder of the standalone office before it was subsumed under the country's chief electoral oversight body, the ECJ. The move by the Holness administration has been widely criticized by civil society groups and the parliamentary opposition. But the government is insisting it will not change course. Mrs. Parchment Brown says among the many difficulties she has with the move, the substantial increase in the budget stands out.
A year ago, $60 million was allocated to the ECJ to carry out the functions of the Political Ombudsman's Commission. There are already 8 or 9, including Director of Elections, commissioners who are already being paid. And I thought that was one of the reasons that this would be an additional activity for them to do. So I'm not sure how often they meet, whether it's monthly or weekly or daily. I don't know how often the ECJ works. I don't know if there are full-time commissioners among them other than the Director of Elections. I don't know what were the tasks that the Parliament saw that would have to be undertaken that would require a top-up of 60 million on the ECJ's budget. But we never got, in my term, I'm certain in Bishop Blair's term, never got more than 25 million.
The standalone office of the Ombudsman had been frequently criticized as being a waste of taxpayers' money. Mrs. Parchment Brown has rejected that criticism. She says despite the increase in budget, the long-standing staff members were treated poorly when the office was closed.
As far as I know, the staff of the Ombudsman's Commission have not received a penny in termination with this change. And I would have thought that everybody should have been paid, not me, I had left already, but the surviving members of staff should have been paid redundancy. Some were there for 20 years and walked away with not a cent.
The former ombudsman is questioning whether the increase in the budget has resulted in value for money.
But to allocate 60 million and then the as far as we know, the local government elections came, we're not aware of any cost associated with that. The whole year has gone by, we're not aware of any cost associated with the duties of the ombudsman in the last year. And we're now, I guess they have another 60 million, I'm not sure to do what.
Repeated efforts to reach the chairman of the ECJ, Earl Jarrett, were unsuccessful. He also did not return calls from our newsroom after we left messages with a woman who answered his phone. Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
Very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. So, the people that used to work at the ECJ, according to her, they didn't get them paid. But they might increase budget. Allegedly. Kimon, what's up, love?
A year ago, $60 million was allocated to the ECJ to carry out the functions of the Political Ombudsman's Commission. There are already 8 or 9, including Director of Elections, commissioners who are already being paid. And I thought that was one of the reasons that this would be an additional activity for them to do. So I'm not sure how often they meet, whether it's monthly or weekly or daily. I don't know how often the ECJ works. I don't know if there are full-time commissioners among them other than the Director of Elections. I don't know what were the tasks that the Parliament saw that would have to be undertaken that would require a top-up of 60 million on the ECJ's budget. But we never got, in my term, I'm certain in Bishop Blair's term, never got more than 25 million.
You were at our fire press officer about this.
People
Warriors, wagwan. From on ear device, on know see a one and only attack for the press. Well, the Office of the Political Ombudsman has asked Mayor of Montego Bay, Richard Vernon, for a written explanation outlining the basis on which campaign posters of prospective candidates for the opposition party have been removed by the St. James Municipal Corporation. In a letter signed by the chairman of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, Earl Jarrett, whose office assumed the role in 2024. Vernon was asked to do so by May 6, following a complaint filed by the opposition People's National Party. My wisdom warriors, we don't see what is going on. So, we don't realize, say, the chairman of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, Earl Jarrett, and him are the political ombudsman. We don't realize that? We don't realize that, my wisdom warriors? What kind of foolishness is this? How you have the chairman of the EOJ to be the political ombudsman? It cannot work like that. The political ombudsman has to be independent. It cannot work like that. And we know that we plan this from a long time. Remember, this man, Earl Jarrett, from 2020, my wisdom warriors, he has been the chairman of the EOJ from 2020. So you know what time it is. So why this man is the political ombudsman? It can't work like that.
So the point that she's making is this man that is a political ombudsman was appointed in the ECJ 2020. How long has the ECJ been in the office of the Prime Minister? You guys see where this is going? Yo, these people think they slick, bro. These people think they slick. Anyway, let's go here. This is an interview from the political ombudsman 6 years ago on the Jamaica Information Service page. It's called The Role of the Political Ombudsman. And that is one of the main parts of this show. We need to establish what is the role of the political ombudsman. And from there, we have to ask ourselves some critical questions. Can this man that is not independent of both parties be the political ombudsman and still carry out the role of what a political ombudsman is supposed to carry out? Let's read.
Here,
let's try not to get too into the
not
much of the
going to
legalese, but
not
can
legalese.
give an idea what it says,
right.
what it lays out
Because
for us.
the law belongs to the people, and we need to know where things come
People
from.
need to understand and appreciate, right?
Yes. So the ombudsman is tasked to investigate any action taken by a political party, its members, or supporters, where the ombudsman is of the opinion that the action might breach any agreement that exists between the political parties, or if the political ombudsman thinks that the action is likely to prejudice good relations between the supporters of various political parties. And the fact that...
Key point. If the actions of the political parties should breach the relationship or peace between the supporters, is the main reason why the political ombudsman has to be non-biased. That is one of the main reasons. Listen to that again.
The agreement that exists between the political parties, or if the political ombudsman thinks that the action is likely to prejudice good relations between the supporters of various political parties. And the fact that the matter is before a court does not stop the ombudsman from dealing with it.
Okay.
So we're very optimistic people when we
see how powerful the political ombudsman is? Even if the matter is in front of a court, the political ombudsman can come out and step in that. And the matter with the Mobile mayor and the People's National Party candidates down there. It is. I think it's in court now. I think I read an article on that, or saw an article on that. It is in court, but the political ombudsman can still step in because it being in court, it is beyond the court. It's about the people and the supporters. You don't want to jeopardize or prejudice any bad relations between JLP and PMP supporters around the time of this political season that we're in. This is the hottest time. It's about almost election time now. We're only 4 months away. June, July, August, September. See there? 3rd of September, you know. By the 15th of September, there's no government. If them don't call it. So we are in that election cycle now.
We came up with these ideas. We want the politicians to get on and their supporters to be able to coexist peacefully.
And your role is kind of like a referee, so to speak, in that you try and ensure that they maintain a good acceptable relationship with each other as far as the duties are there, the actual carrying out of their duties of politics are concerned, essentially.
Right, because
So the political ombudsman is a referee to make sure that the game of politics, Leprechaun are doing, the game of politics is a clean game. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you about the run of Manayard and Andrew Bonus. You remember that run to be the leader of the party? You remember the dirty games that Andrew Bonus played? And you remember the condemnation of Manayard of Andrew Bonus and his dirty games? This is a track record of attitude and behavior. Nobody can say I lie, me I tell you. It's well documented. This is the behavior of Andrew Honest. And it's now coinciding with his actions, his party's action of taking out the political ombudsman. Right? And now, after problems start back now, putting in somebody that's an acting political ombudsman because of the public pressure, because of we the flaggers that is putting so much attention around it.
Investigations and the reports that are submitted to the leaders of the political parties are intended to say, maybe you messed up when you went here. We've met, we've talked about it. Here's what we think you can do to correct that problem and to avoid it in the future. Because we want the public to have confidence in the officials of state, and we want the country to be properly run. If the people who are in charge of the country are at loggerheads, or otherwise called daggers drawn, then decisions that need to be made for us are going to be delayed, or they're going to be made on a partisan basis, or they won't be carried out as well as they should be. So I'm to help avoid that problem.
You are that voice that are the voice of...
Yo, man, I have to play that back again. That was so, oh my God.
Then decisions that need to be made for us are going to be of state, and we want the country to be properly run. If the people who are in charge of the country are at loggerheads, or otherwise called daggers drawn, then decisions that need to be made for us are going to be delayed, or they're going to be made on a partisan basis, or they won't be carried out as well as they should be. So I'm to help avoid that problem.
You are that voice that are the voice of reason that tries to come through, and you probably, to borrow a thing from one of your previous hats, resolve any disputes.
Exactly.
That might happen. Because for persons who don't know what we're talking, she was formerly the head of the Dispute Resolution Foundation.
I'll take revolution.
Okay, well.
Because really, we need a revolution in how we handle disputes and how we interact with each other.
I'm sure not many people would disagree with her where that one is concerned. Now, I understand that one of the documents that helps to guide how you go about your duties and how you help to regulate the relationship between our political parties is the Agreement and Declaration on Political Conduct, otherwise known as the Code of Political Conduct.
Yes.
Can you give me an idea of what that document is and what it tries to accomplish?
I'm so happy to do that. It's a little document, but it has big ideas. This is a document that after the passing of the Political Ombudsman Act, which was a recognition that we needed an institutional mechanism for dealing with the problems we had, the conversation continued between civil society, communities, and state actors. So on one day in 2005, in Parliament, Parliament was adjourned, and the president of the PNP, the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, and other officials signed a document. And that document that they signed really was affirming their belief in the sanctity of human life, being opposed to any wrongful act of violence, denouncing guns and the use of guns and ammunition, supporting nonviolence, repudiating actions that would create confrontation, create conflict, saying no to statements from political platforms that would incite violence or be slanderous or which would humiliate political actors and their family members. And most of all, although there are a number of other things, most of all, to be against the thing called political tribalism. And if you don't mind, I would...
Yo, this is very... When I hear this, when I hear the detail of how much things that the political ombudsman is supposed to hold the government accountable to, and you guys need to hear this now, because guess what? This new political ombudsman with them have now, I ask the question again, being on a side or a bias, how is this man going to do all of this? Or has the role of the political ombudsman changed under the JLP? Maybe we should ask the question of the JLP to this acting political ombudsman, what is the detailed listed role of the political ombudsman, the acting political ombudsman, the new one that they have now? What is the role? Is it the same power, role defined, or have they changed anything? And if so, what have they changed? That needs to be clear. And I hope that the PMP, I think they did. Yes, let me go to that clip. I think she did. She did ask that. Shout out to Miss Motley, because, you know, they have very, very smart people, you know. Now, let's listen to this first.
Minister Chuck made the revelation on Cliff Hughes Online on Wednesday.
It's my understanding that a point person has been appointed by the ECJ, and he or she has been carrying out the work that normally was done by the former political ombudsman.
What do you mean a point person has been appointed?
But you remember I was calling for a director of political conduct. It appears that such a person has been appointed and has been working with the ECJ for quite some time without fanfare.
So, if that is true, why has it taken that individual so long to deal with the mayor of Mobile? You see, it sounds good enough. It sounds good. But then you go back now, we've been having issues with the PMP's stuff being taken down. This individual of a code of conduct or whatever it is Delroy Chuck is saying, why didn't we hear from this individual before? There were several instances where there was conflict, there was issues that could have sparked into something bigger, and we did not hear anything from him. Why? It sounds good, doesn't it? But it's not adding up, is it? It's not adding up.
In other words, that person has been receiving reports, investigating these reports, and reporting back to the ECJ.
The functions of the political referee were transferred to the ECJ last February. However, with the general election approaching, questions have been raised about how the electoral oversight body will manage the functions of the ombudsman. Last week, nationwide sources indicated that the ECJ would shortly publish guidance regarding its assumption of the functions. It was understood the electoral oversight body had been putting the necessary arrangements in place over the past several months. On Wednesday, the Justice Minister said when he expressed frustration last week at the delay by the ECJ in identifying an official who would field and investigate complaints directed to the Ombudsman's office, he was at that time unaware that such an official was actually already working. Minister Chuck is reiterating his concerns about the ECJ's lack of communication.
communicate with the public what has taken place, who is the person appointed, when was he appointed, and how will he discharge the role given to the ECJ of the political ombudsman, because the public at large needs to know that not only did they accept what was provided in the parliamentary amendment, but in fact they have been carrying out the role, even including the local government election.
So from February 2024?
Absolutely.
And all of this under the quiet? Under the
quiet.
This is funny.
So when I heard the sense about
even Cliff Hughes have a laugh. I sure this is not. Even Cliff Hughes have a laugh. Eh? You guys believe this grand story? That's a political ombudsman was working under the quiet. And Leprechaun said, what I'm hearing is that Delroy Chuck's daughter is working in that position all this time. These reports they are making is just a distraction. Not my word, it's a comment in the comment section. I'm live. This is YouTube. I'm just reading a comment. Alright? Allegedly.
So why has the ECJ not at least said that they got 1 or 10 complaints and they were investigated? You know, something like that.
The ECJ website now has a designated form for members of the public to file complaints pursuant to the Public Ombudsman Interim Act.
Now they have a form. So if this person was working in secret, aren't they always supposed to have a form? None of this makes any sense. And then that money, that $60 million, is this another grand scheme of corruption where money is disappearing and unaccounted for? Randolph Riley, big up yourself. $60 million under the quiet. Hey, Marky G, may I pray for your strength, your wit. I hope that God gives you all the tools necessary, you and your entire government, to investigate and prosecute the criminals that was a part of this Jamaica lawless government. I really hope so. I pray to God that due process, justice is served in its full capacity. No stones left unturned. Mr. Future Prime Minister Mark Olin, when you go into power, I really are praying that the order is reversed fully. Mighty God.
It's understood since the start of 2025, the ECJ has received 1 complaint. Nationwide understands the complaint was from the opposition PNP regarding a directive from Mayor of Montego Bay, Richard Vernon, for the removal of political signs in St. James.
How convenient. So, you was working the whole time. Nobody was aware. So who could they complain to? You didn't have a public forum for them to complain on. But the only complaint happened when something was done publicly, as big as the mayor of Mobile. Hey, listen, man. Randolph, on this platform, I have clearly stated, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be playing something. The rest of them did stand up down at Mobile. If only I knew that the Rastas in Mobile was going to stand up. I'm sorry, the rest of them now have no social media, or if they do, I'm not aware of it. But them Rasta them need to get with the times, because people would have been out there with them if they knew that Jamaicans was gonna have a peaceful stand with Ibrahim Choi of Burkina Faso. Man, I wish you could get a leader like that. Jesus.
Mayor Vernon has maintained that his decision is grounded in law, given that the official election campaign season has not yet been officially declared. Dana Davey, for Nationwide News.
That a point person has been appointed.
I played that already. Now hear what Mr. Motley has to say. Senator Motley.
I have reviewed the statement issued by Minister Delroy Chuck regarding an alleged appointment to carry out the functions of the former political ombudsman within the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. Quite frankly, I find this announcement both perplexing and troubling. To date, there has been no clear or transparent communication to Parliament or the public about who this individual is, what authority they possess, or how the investigative process is being conducted under this new arrangement. While the minister now suggests someone is in place, our understanding is that no such formal appointment had been made until very recently, if at all.
I love this lady. I love this lady.
The ECJ may be receiving complaints,
right.
but no one can say with confidence what investigatory framework exists, what standards are being applied, or whether complainants, ourselves included, can expect any resolution. The lack of clarity, the absence of accountability, and the disregard for due process only serve to erode public trust. We therefore call on the ECJ to immediately clarify the terms of this engagement of this so-called field officer and to publish details on how members of the public can reliably and confidently engage with this office. Justice and democracy demand no less.
Miss say me love that lady, Miss Matley. Mighty God. I love this lady, man.
I have reviewed the statement issued by Minister Delroy Chuck regarding an alleged appointment to carry out the functions of the former political ombudsman within the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. Quite frankly, I find this announcement both perplexing and troubling. To date, there has been no clear or transparent communication to Parliament or the public about who this individual is, what authority they possess, or how the investigative process is being conducted under this new arrangement. While the minister now suggests someone is in place, our understanding is that no such formal appointment had been made until very recently, if at all.
I mean, what? Man, you think the PMP would have come out publicly and said what they said if they knew that there was a political ombudsman? How did they not know? Where was the breaking communication? As far as I'm concerned, I believe they're lying. I believe they are lying to their teeth. Somebody says, so wait, Andrew and him lied party, Great Jamaica, so wait, Market G, I got used to run the country. All of them must go to prison. Now listen, them going to prison, them asset would be seized first. You understand? And then, you know what I mean? There you go. Splash DJ, you got it, bro. You got it. You got it right there. That's it. Seize them assets. And that's it. And when you seize them assets, that's the start of it. You see me? You seize them assets and then you move from there. But I mean, we can't operate the way how things are going right now. Something have to change. Something have to change. We have to investigate these people.
The ECJ may be receiving complaints, but no one can say with confidence what investigatory framework exists, what standards are being applied, or whether complainants, ourselves included, can expect any resolution. The lack of clarity, the absence of accountability, and the disregard for due process only serve to erode public trust. We therefore call on the ECJ to immediately clarify the terms of this engagement of this so-called field officer and to publish details on how members of the public can reliably and confidently engage with this office. Justice and democracy demand no less.
No less. No less, mama. Love this lady, man. I absolutely love that lady. You hear me? I love that lady, bro. Oh my God. Back to the political ombudsman and the role. So, from what we have gathered already, right? The political ombudsman acts as a referee. There's a lot of detail within the workings of the political ombudsman because based on what you said before, TB, what's up? based on what you said before, right? Like saying certain things out of the way about somebody's or another political individual's partner or whatever, or something to that effect. There are certain codes of conduct that the political ombudsman would watch out for, so as to not spark some type of argument between supporters that could derail a peaceful political process. But when the Prime Minister is going to call the PMP dogs, refer to them as running dogs, isn't that something that the political ombudsman could step in and say, wait a minute, this is uncalled for, why are you calling the PMP dogs? That could upset the electorate. Why would you do that? But then they never signed a code of conduct. So again, the Jamaica Lawless Party. The Jamaica Lawless Party. This is what they do. This is what they do. This is what they do, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Just say exactly what they say about that, right? So it's number 7. And to remember that the code of conduct they have agreed to is not for elections. It is for life. 24/7.
You hear that? The code of conduct that they have agreed to is not for elections. It's for life, political life. So this is very important. I want you guys to listen, and I'm going to turn around the camera, all right, for you guys. I'm going to turn around the camera, all right.
General behavior, whether or not there's an election on the horizon or anything like that.
Right. So we know during election there tends to be an escalation of activity.
Right.
But we can see too that outside of election time, many issues arise. And the way we handle those issues from a political point of view should take into account. So right now there is a lot of discussion about what I would call political tribalism.
Definitely.
Right? So the parties are against the practice of political tribalism, which they describe as rooted in coercion, intimidation, or violence. And the parties commit themselves to removing any structures and resisting the development of any behavioral, cultural, social, or organizational practices which reinforce political tribalism. In other words, this document, the politicians were saying, all we are one. We are Jamaicans. That's the first thing we are.
Well, I'm sure the question that most persons might have to say is, as it's all well and good, but is this something that is really being eliminated? And we'll get to that in a little while longer as the interview progresses, because I want to touch on that. But before we go there, I don't want to switch tack too quickly. Can you talk to us about how you go about investigating the investigating relationship, or how do you execute your duty to make sure that you're able to bring the political parties to accountability when there are problems?
Yes. One of the things is that the access, any mechanism that the ombudsman wishes to use is okay. So there's no stipulated way. What I tend to do is when something arises, and usually something here in the public domain, so it's the media handling something, or it could be a written complaint, because a complaint is something in writing coming from someone affected. Or it could be a report, because sometimes people post things on the political ombudsman social media pages, or people may send me an email anonymously, or political actors may write me an official complaint. And based on these different ways, I might send to the party who it is alleged is doing something wrong. I would write them a letter. I would say, you may have breached such and such a section of the code, or such and such a section of the act, based on this document or this statement or this clipping that I'm attaching to the correspondence. And within that context, I'm inviting you into a meeting with some other members of your party, if you wish.
Okay.
And typically they would come into a meeting. I have had, unfortunately, one or two who have not come.
Okay.
They have not refused to come, but they have, after several invitations, failed to come. And these are people at a level. They're already elected officials sitting in the
Elga Fletcher, salute you.
Parliament, or they may be in a high office, and they fail to come after numerous attempts. So they're disregarding their own law.
Okay, so which begs the question of how do you in turn react when you find yourself confronted with these kind of uncooperative persons? I mean, that must make your work very difficult. And at times, people wonder if how much teeth do you have to hold them accountable?
Right. Well, the thing is, the premise on which this system is established is one about collaboration, about leadership. So the expectation is that the leader of the political party, whether it is the most honorable prime minister or the leader of the opposition, on receiving correspondence from the ombudsman regarding an investigation and a need to have people present or a report requiring an action, that they would be even more committed to resolving the issue than the ombudsman. That was the premise on which it was done. I don't believe that we're there.
Okay.
And so that does create some difficulties, yes. And my role is not to create an antagonistic relationship with political actors. That doesn't mean I'm afraid or I back down.
Yeah, because I'm sure many persons would feel like maybe you should become a little more antagonistic and I guess forward with them to hold them accountable.
Well, you don't need to be antagonistic to work with people.
Okay.
So I don't operate in a space where what I'm doing is a lot of finger pointing. I prefer to have...
No, given that I'm getting when it comes out to the political ombudsman, I'm now getting a better understanding of how she operated. And it further confuses me as to why they really removed the political ombudsman. She wasn't one to try to embarrass individuals, but she did her job. She constantly worked with the process. She didn't go publicly and say, point out this political person and said, they did not come after several invites to you get me? So I don't get it. And even if she was to do the opposite of what she did in a manner to get them to actually follow the code of conduct by embarrassing them, there shouldn't be any retaliation. What do you mean by e-transfer? I don't understand. You talk about the account number or something? What is e-transfer? CW, you have to just link me for my number, my WhatsApp number. WhatsApp number 876-451-6535. I don't even know what e-transfer is, so that means I don't have it. I don't know what that is. But yeah, this lady doesn't seem confrontational. She's very respectful. She's mature. Why did they remove this lady? Where say anybody doing them work, that is a no-no for him. You must do what him say.
Consultative efforts. Now, for some of the cases that are reported to me, I also have to bring in a number of other people or, do online research. So, for example, we had an issue last year of JPS saying that streetlights were illegally installed in St. Mary's.
Yes.
And so I had to bring in a number of people to come in and give their evidence as to what they may or may not know about what transpired. I also...
Where say, Everett Warmington was the chief instigator in getting rid of the position. Oh, allegedly. Okay.
I had to visit the community, do a walkthrough where I talked to maybe 15 or 20 different people and gleaned from them certain information that helped me know when I'm interviewing somebody else to ask them questions based on the information. That particular investigation is not complete.
Okay.
So we have had other kinds of investigations to do with, say, public utterances, where people have come in, sometimes supported by other people, sometimes on their own. And what I found is a lot of the time the utterances are unthinking.
Right.
And I say unthinking. Sometimes they are malicious. Sometimes they are intended to convey.
Heat of the moment or something like that.
And the trouble is, Vaughn, as we were discussing earlier, if I'm under the influence of alcohol, then I'm drunk and what I say is not reliable. If I'm under the influence of drugs, I'm under the influence and it's not reliable. If I'm just angry, I have total control over what is occurring, because no matter how angry I am, I have to be able to understand the big picture. At the end of the day, as a political actor, your loss of dignity may be what you suffer. Your loss of respect.
Hold on, wait. Listen to me. Me are looking at the comment section. On the need to get you guys Splash DJ. Write the number in the chat for CW so she can take it. I him can take it. You're telling me that Erosion Warmington said that the political ombudsman should not be independent? No, listen to me. You see, evidence like that needs to be put in a vault and documented. You guys need to find that clip for me. My moderators, I need that clip. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can find it right now. Hold on there. Let me go to Google. No, sir. Erosion Warmington says the political ombudsman should never be independent. Me need a clip of that. I need a clip of that. I really need a clip of that. Erosion Warmington. I don't know why this thing sure. Erosion. Why saying Avril? Erosion Warmington says the political ombudsman should not be independent. Parliamentary committee to examine the relevance of the political ombudsman. This was 2012. Warmington should apologize to the political ombudsman. Wait a minute. Did I just get evidence? Wait a minute. This is Michael Peart, Speaker of the House Representative, has asked Erosion Warmington, Member of Parliament for Southwest, to apologize to the political ombudsman, Bishop Earl Blair, for comments he made about a pay hike request. I don't think this is what it is. Mr. Warmington, on Tuesday called impromptu press conference where he made the claim. However, Mr. Peter RJR, blah, 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 Warmington has unfortunately misled the public into making allegation that the political ombudsman receives a salary of $8 million. Oh, so really him instigate this thing up. Warmington, having been advised of his error, should at least come and apologize. Did he ever apologize? Did everyone, the number is right there. Splash did just drop the number there. Yeah, man. Did he ever apologize? Opposition rejects legislation to have ECJ assume role of political ombudsman. You know, these things need to be, I need to have these, I truly need to have these news clippings. Yeah, I need these in my life. I'm gonna send this to my Telegram. Wait a minute. Where's about now? Where's about now? He said that he will never apologize. Damn! What? And you know, me can't see him saying some shit like that. Look, you know, I really dislike the Jamaica. No, I'm not going to say that. I can say that. I really dislike anybody that caps for the government. Me dislike them. No, what kind of article is this? Is a political ombudsman really needed? Wow, so these were the type of stuff they were saying? Damn. The Observer. Damn. Political ombudsman out of our league. Wait, so the political ombudsman is interfering? What? Six years and one political ombudsman later, Southwest member, blah, blah, blah. The office is redundant and the Parliament needs to send the report back to the Cabinet for it to be dealt. The matter was raised by MP, blah, 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 by MP at a constituency development fund meeting. Political ombudsman Donna Parchment Brown, who was not in Parliament, declared an interview with the Gleaner that she deferred with that claim. If that's his point of view, this is a free country and certainly any respected elected official would be expected to make a considered statement about different matters in the public domain. So I respect his opinion. I disagree, but I respect his opinion, said Parchment. Warmington said the political ombudsman is now interfering in administrative government policies and administration by requesting a list of programs from the National Work Agency of projects to be completed. She's out of her league. This is above her pay grade. She has nothing to do with government policies and programs. She needs to go back and read carefully what the duty of the political ombudsman is, for I believe she's acting politically, said Warmington. Warmington further took issue with the salary of the political ombudsman, as it is said to cost the country $18.6 million to keep her office operational. So he's the one that really pushed this. Parchment Brown, Demit office. Who is Parchment Brown? Brother, I'm late to your politics, bro. But you learn fast. No, for real, I'm telling you, I am very honest enough. I told you guys that I did not follow up the politics. This man is a dirty scoundrel, you know, man. So them say, oh, Mr. Parchment Brown, you know. It is true. Blah, 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 blah. So my office values the importance through the media to bring matters to the attention of the public as appropriate, said Parchment Brown. Parchment Brown. Okay, let me look at that. When did Parchment Brown demit office? Parchment Brown completes term as political ombudsman 15th of November 2022. Took office in November 16, 2015. She was appointed, okay. I will not guide me right now, you know. So this was 2022. So them realized, the government realized that they could not win the next election. Them know that things was going to catch up on them. So was this premeditated to remove the political ombudsman? Or them just have a criminal mindset? Man, I'll tell lie upon the lady how much money she make. What a wicked guy. And did not apologize. This man is terrible, bro.
But the public suffers a lower level of service.
Right.
Loss of resources.
Right.
Right? So that's why it's so important.
We're talking here with Miss Donna Parchment Brown.
The public suffers a loss of where I am. I have to be able to understand the big picture. At the end of the day, as a political actor, your loss of dignity may be what you suffer. Your loss of respect may be what you suffer. But the public suffers a lower level of service.
Right.
Loss of resources.
Right.
So that's why it's so important.
We're talking here with Miss Donna Parchment Brown, the political ombudsman. She's here discussing her role as well as the declaration on political conduct and many other things. And we invite you to send in your questions, take advantage of the opportunity to ask her all the questions, get everything you want to know out of her right here. She's right here. It appears that we have some questions online.
Well, I'm so glad because we have our communications advisor, Ms. Stephanie Smith, at the office of the Ombudsman, and what she has done is establish social media space. I'm very happy, particularly to be with you in that space.
We're glad to have you because this is not politics. As much as people might be turned off by it, it's something that must be discussed in order for it to change, in order for Jamaicans to appreciate the process even more.
Every part of our life is affected by politics.
Well, person online are asking.
You see, this is why I'm getting in the politicians' business. They're affecting my life. If they did not affect my life, I wouldn't care. I came to the party late, I believe, oh no, I could just go about my business and still live my life, and the politicians would not affect my life. No, they affect everything. So I am actively in their faces, and I want the Jamaican public to be as well. Each and every one of you needs to be active in the faces of the politicians. You need to understand what they're doing. You need to demand clarity about what they're doing, transparency. You need to demand these things because they affect too much for us to just push it to the side and say, yo, nah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, they can continue to do what they do. It doesn't matter. See, this is what really bugs me. If both, some people say, oh, the two of them are thief. All right, so if the two of them are thief, why are you guys so upset when the PMP is in power? If both of them are the same thing, why do you want to unalive people from the PMP? If both of them are the same thing, why do you hate the PMP so much? The ones that do. Why? If both of them are the same thing, why do you hate them so much? You know you're a damn liar. You're a liar. They don't believe what you're saying. They are not the same. They are not the same. Now, if you're going to make an argument that the PSOJ is the same, hey, they are. It's one PSOJ. You can't argue that. If you're going to make an argument that the PSOJ is going to influence the leader of any political party, well, hey, let's see what happens. How much will the PSOJ affect the leadership of Mark Cody? We know that the PSOJ historically loves the JLP. And we can go back all the way to when the United States got involved in our politics through the CIA. SIAGA. They are not the same. The actions of the government and the two political parties while in power, we have a situation where the police is unaliving numbers, historical numbers of our Jamaican citizens. People, individuals, whether criminal or not, they are people. They are not dogs, they are not trash, they are people. We have a political system that supports inhumane practices against the people of Jamaica. Wearing blue on a day of protest when we were wearing black for body-worn cameras. Why are you opposing body-worn cameras? Why you never wear black, Andrew Wallace? Why you never wear black, Horace Chang? Why? Because you guys don't want body-worn cameras.
Who does the political ombudsman report to? And can politicians or MPs be fined, as far as you're aware?
That's a great question to start off. The political ombudsman furnishes an annual report to Parliament, like the other commissions of Parliament. It's an independent, neutral commission. So when I have completed an investigation, the law requires me to advise the party leader in respect of whose issues there's a complaint of my findings and make recommendations for their action. So that's where my work goes. If I'm not able to get satisfaction through the party leaders, I can submit interim reports to Parliament stating what I've investigated, what my concerns are, and asking Parliament to act upon it. Now, on the matter of fines, I'm so happy that's been raised because my predecessor, Bishop Harold Blair, and myself, this is one of the things we've been stressing, that yes, we think it's a good thing that the premise is that the leadership will do the right thing and we work collaboratively, but it should be clear from the get-go that breaches of the code of conduct should result in fines and or other penalties.
Some tangible penalties that will help
and we're definitely asking that fines be enacted in the law, that the code of conduct be...
No wonder they get rid of that lady. No wonder JLP get rid of that lady. Because she talk about accountability. Fine them next stringers anytime they misbehave and take down people's side. Yes, fine them. Yes. I love that. That's a great recommendation, and if it's not a part of the law, it needs to be marked. Golden, sir. Yes, when you go into power, you have a lot of work to do. I'm there.
Attached as part of the law, monitored by the Ombudsman, and that each of the standards set out in there, breach of them should result in a known fine or a range of fines that the Ombudsman would be able to levy against that person and or the party.
And so you're actively lobbying to get that that done?
This has been actually in a number of the annual reports of the Office of the Political Ombudsman over the years. This has been stated as something important. Before the Select Committee on Human Resources, this was also raised by both civil society and the Political Ombudsman. And this is something that I will be writing on in the upcoming report.
All right. Another question here is, what is the size of the staff of the Ombudsman's office?
Thank you so much. We are a tiny office, just 7.
Just 7?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So hold on there. I just 7 people in the office of Ombudsman. And then when I make a deal about the operation of the Ombudsman, him said the EOJ Act and the office of the IC Act is similar. I can't believe this.
Something a little bit.
Well, let me say beyond that.
Okay. The JCF provides us with liaison officers. So these are detective sergeants, one in each of the divisions of the JCF. So I have these 14 additional officers who, for example, now with by-elections, they're assigned per division. So they assist me with what's going on across the country. You know, for me, Gordon House is a legislative cathedral. It is a temple of our laws.
Right.
It is a sacred space. Those who are there hold a sacred trust. That means that the way they comport themselves, even in the context of a robust democracy, must not lose sight of the fact that every man, woman, boy and girl in Jamaica, in Jamaica's diaspora, and friends or others who are interested in Jamaica, are looking to them to do what's right by Jamaica. So if I'm discussing glasses and I go off and we are discussing my face, and then glasses gets pushed to the side, that gets us into what I describe as maladministration. So part of the reason for the Ombudsman and the code is that they would be in the habit of knowing what matters. Now, Gordon House has its own ethical and procedural rules. So generally speaking, when there is conduct in the Senate or in lower house, the Office of the Ombudsman does not interfere. However, I must say I've seen some of that issue taken outside of Gordon House, being discussed on television last night. And so, you know, I think that's something that I would be free to deal with. So to the extent that the parliamentarians continue discussing the matter outside of Gordon House, then it now becomes a matter that we can talk about. So what is to be done to them in terms of the ethical rules, that will be for the Speaker and various committees of Parliament. But I join, it's so avoidable. I have said this notion of restraint is sadly lacking in society. Across Jamaica, we see people carrying out acts of violence. We see people on social media saying the most obnoxious things about other people. That's lack of restraint.
All right.
We say things that add no value and do only harm to our own detriment. Everybody who misbehaves should be now saying, my goodness, if my mother was sitting in front there, or my child,
right, would she be proud of what my behavior at this particular moment?
And the fact is, they're seeing it on social media or on television. So there's no private space in Jamaica.
That's true.
Parliament is not private; it is the ultimate public space.
So I think, following on that, it's a good segue into the issue.
I really like this lady. She should be reinstated immediately. I like what she's standing on. I agree with everything she's saying. Her stance, the way how she goes about her job, you can clearly see the non-bias. To me, I don't see a bias, because if there was a bias, she doesn't have a vitriol or hatred for politicians. She seems to be even keeled. I really like this lady. I'm further confused as to why she lost her job. Salute to you, Ryan. What's up, brother?
Of tribalism, and asking the question of where do you think we are with that topic in Jamaica, and how are we making efforts to reduce it, especially through your office?
I think there has been an escalation of political tribalism.
Oh, escalation?
Escalation of political tribalism.
Okay.
Since I've been in office. We know people have their party positions, they support who they support. But the level of gratuitous attack and destruction on one another, I think, is really at a high. That is intolerable. Now, it's manifested in many ways. It's manifested in the issue of whether we're using public resources for partisan purposes. It's reflected in where we locate public resources. It's manifested in whether we are calling people by party colors and saying they're permitted in space X or space Y. It's shown when we're having a by-election and people are threatened for putting up one color while another color proliferates.
Okay.
Even the use of the way the flags and so on are used in the election becomes tribalistic.
So Everald Warmington nasty behavior push this lady out of office?
The community says, I don't want a big sign at my gate or at the entrance to my community declaring X or Y. And a candidate feels that, you have no right to that opinion. And then to compound it, when the election is over, weeks and months later, it's still there. And their party leaders, the head of the party, does not hold the party to a standard that says, we will clean up.
So
we will not put up in this way.
So through you, what do we do? We as the public, I look to you to ask, what do we do?
Right.
So what do we do?
So what the Ombudsman does and continues to do is to write to these persons. And this is why the question of levying fines has now come up, because...
Hey, shout out to Renice. Renice, when did Renice pull up? Because she's a maroon. Oh, she's a maroon. Okay. It's the same thing? Thank you. What is mine? Yes.
The other system hasn't worked. So, for example, I remember for the first election, there were some huge signs that were not removed after the election. And I was able to write to the local authority, which has control over signs. If you're going to have a dance, you have to get their permission to put up the signs. It's for a limited period and you pay for it. If you're a political actor, the law exempts you from needing to do that. But it is for a limited period. So the local authority really has the power to say to the person, you are defacing now, you are creating a litter problem. And so I was able, working with a local authority, to get a huge billboard removed.
But I find that some of the politicians, when they are very angry, some really consider that I'm attacking them personally when I ask them to take down these materials. I've had some very unpleasant exchanges, but I've had to stand my ground on behalf of the Jamaican people. So by and large, within a moderate time, most of it is removed.
Okay. Well, Ms. Donna Parchment Brown, she's here live in studio with us. She's taking some very strong positions on the country's politics, but we're glad to have her. We're glad to hear her opinions. Ms. Parchment Brown, now, in doing research for this interview and so on, one of the questions that consistently comes up among members of the public is that they don't necessarily feel that this office is.
So where says Splash Digi, the man start a war with the political ombudsman and Andrew wants to keep his mouth shut, as he usually does when we have key problems.
Is necessary. How do you manage the sentiment that the office should be closed down and put one side? How do you manage that? I'm sure you encounter it from time to time.
I have seen that sentiment on social media, and I've seen it a few times by individuals. Mm-hmm. But I am living in a country where I go everywhere. Mm-hmm. If I'm at the supermarket, if I'm at church, if I go to a function, if I go to a party, if I stop at the gas station, somebody comes up to me, Mr. Donna Parchment Brown, I'm praying for you. Mr. Donna Parchment Brown, we need what you are doing. Don't let them bully you. Mm-hmm. Mr. Donna and they call out my whole name, right? And for me, Brown, right? The full name. I'm surprised that so everybody knows that full name. And so I recognize that there is a great alienation from the political process because we see the turnout for elections, but a lot of that alienation is playing out in other spaces. I understand that people may be disappointed that there's still this conduct, even with the office in place. Mm-hmm. You asked me earlier about the size of the office. The office has 8 staff, mm-hmm. and including office attendant, driver, and so on.
Okay, yes.
And we have been trying in the last, since I've come into office, one of the things I've tried to do is increase public knowledge of the office. Because I think people are really not that knowledgeable about what it is, what it does. When things happen, I know people call me and sometimes I'm in the media talking about it. Mm-hmm. But not everything that we do is in the public domain.
That's true.
And so, because, you see a percentage of what we do, the other things we're doing are having an impact on the practice of. Before I took office, for 2 years, we were without a political ombudsman.
Right, yes, that's
so that also meant that, and we were not in an election season at the time either. So people got accustomed to doing certain things without anybody calling them to book. So that transition now to holding oneself accountable. They always used to sign the code before an election, and I've really ratcheted that up by asking the custos of each parish to host a signing ceremony and to go through the code with the candidates. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons we do that is because we think a lot of people end up getting into trouble doing things that they just never thought about it, right? And so in the heat of the moment or in the fun of the thing, they do a number of things. We are very concerned about inappropriate use of public resources. We're very concerned about people feeling like they can't talk. Right?
Express opposition to any
opinion,
kind of...
Right, either pro or con. We're concerned that on matters of public interest, when people express a viewpoint, they then get labeled in a political way. So the content of their commentary, which could benefit decision-making in the country, gets lost.
Skewed.
Yes, so
So, educated, sensible people of integrity like this lady is what the JLP frowns upon. Them like dunce, butu, ignorant people. But they can control. And because them are JLP, they just tell them if you don't and then just move. Listen to all the lady and dialogue and what the lady has said. What could be the reason for anybody oppose this lady? Anybody with integrity anyway, anybody that's not a thief, anybody that's not a criminal. If you're not a criminal, you have no problem with this lady. And her office of 7 to 10 people. Yeah, I said what I said.
I appreciate that there are some people who may be needing or wanting more of me and the office than they're getting. I believe that as we push forward,
they will see that we are making a difference. And I think in a number of issues that's been demonstrated already.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just want to say, right now we have on our social media pages a survey that we're conducting.
Okay.
We have put up 2 questions already. We're going to put 2 more questions up. Because we want feedback on whether people believe we have garrisons. Because some people say we don't have no garrison again.
Okay.
If there are garrisons, what do we think could be done about that? And we're going to be putting up another question asking them, where are the garrisons?
So what about those who say those are rhetorical questions?
You've seen that?
Yeah.
Some people say that's rhetorical because they say, we all know it's there. But remember, part of my approach and part of Jamaica's approach is a thing called consultation, public consultation. So we don't want individuals or institutions to say they know the answers. So when I write a document later on or I take steps, I want to be able to say, when the survey was done, many of you said, it's rhetorical because you felt that it's so embedded and almost impossible to move. So I want to be able to honor and respect that in the steps we take. Okay. And also people know things,
that's true.
from
They
where
might
they
ventilate
sit.
from their position and be different from what the public might think is really the situation.
Where they can do it anonymously and you still value it and use it. I've also had face-to-face consultations with experts and thinkers on the area and young people, and we intend to roll out into some community conversations because without getting rid of political tribalism, all the problems we're talking about will continue. The election center now is a great innovation of the Electoral Commission. I don't know if your listeners and viewers have heard about the election center, but
let them know. Give them an update.
So on every nomination day and election day, at the Red Hills Road office of the Electoral Commission, a certain number of people gather. I co-chair with the Director of Elections this meeting, and we have present the Broadcasting Commission, Jamaica Umbrella Group of Churches, National Integrity Action, CAFE, Jamaica Defense Force, Jamaica Constabulary Force, high-level representatives. Yes. We sit together from usually 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and we receive calls and reports and complaints from the areas, and then we call on all resources in the area to verify or to act on the problem. So that is how we have been able, with the leadership of the EOJ, to minimize issues on election day and on nomination days. And it's things like people having on campaign shirts and trying to go into the voting area, or people getting bad information, or people having a scuffle down the road. That means that people from this area don't want to come in because they're observing. So that's going to be the main thing. That's up and running. In the 2016 general elections, the election center actually met in an extra meeting where we asked the Commissioner of Police to stop campaigning in one of the divisions in one of the constituencies in a parish. So there is some power to do something within that period. And of course, the constituted authority sits at the election center as well, which is the commissioners of the Electoral Commission Plus. And they have the power to halt an election depending on the reports that come in. Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Donna Parchment Brown, once again, as she's talking to us and just going through us with many aspects of the political process. Much to learn from, much to hear about. I hope you are taking in what she has to say and appreciating the points that she's making. Now, Ms. Parchment Brown, to wrap, I just have one question to ask, which is basically, how are you working to bring the message of this change in our political process to the young generation, the ones that are coming up, so that they can have that shift and hopefully migrate the process away from the antagonistic way it seems to be, the state it seems to be in now?
I'm so inspired by the outcomes from our project or program really that we have initiated at the office. It's called Conversations with Young Jamaicans. So far, I think we have gone to about 10 learning institutions, high schools and colleges, where we have had, say, typically about a 3-hour session with students typically between 15 and 19 years of age, where we have talked about Jamaica's political process, introduced some of them to a number of new things, and heard from them about the standards for political practice, and also heard from them about the issues they have as young people and their opinion about politics. Now, I am inspired by the fact that many of them are interested in coming into politics.
Coming into politics,
okay. Serving in politics, but far more are turned off or not impressed by the political service. And also there is some level of fear about what you can do as an ordinary person if you're not satisfied. So young people talked about problems with water, problems with jobs, problems with recreational areas, problems with the school plan that they're going, problems with health care, inaccessibility of their elected officials, both the local and the constituency level, dismay at some of the things they're seeing and hearing by politicians as they carry out their duties.
Right, yes.
So we have encouraged them to do things like do letters to their elected officials.
Yeah,
so if you have a problem,
plan,
write a letter that's respectful and polite, but which sets out clearly what your concern is and what you'd like to see them do. And we've said, by providing your elected officials with these kinds of letters, when they come to a meeting, say, of the Constituency Development Fund, or they come to do the sectoral debate, they're able to say, 30 young people in my community are concerned about this issue, and they've written to me, and I want to bring that to Jamaica's attention.
And they are the future future voters, I should
and
say.
they're just on the cusp.
Their opinions are very, very relevant.
Very relevant and helpful, you know, because we are older, and there's a lot of value in what we have learned over the years. But they bring a freshness to these issues that I think very beneficial if we listen. So we have tried to listen. We do a survey, we collate their information, which is one of the reasons why we're pushing forward. Many of them have said they want an opportunity to be more involved. That's why we're doing more on social media.
Persons are asking, are there ways for you to create public partnerships with the office, partnerships that can help you better meet your mandate, accomplish your objectives, that kind of thing? What kind of partnerships are you looking for, if any, or what are you open to?
I'm just really totally open to any process that engages more Jamaicans, individually or institutionally, because the job of the office is to investigate. That also means people willing to provide information, even if it's anonymous, that I can then use to expand an investigation. I do believe the public education aspect, which is really an area I'm pushing, is of crucial importance, because our people have established institutions, and whether the institutions appear to be working effectively or not may in part relate to how well we know the institutions and how much we use them. So public education. So I would accept an invitation to speak to any group, anywhere, anytime, to understand what their issues and concerns are, and to be able to relate that to the work of the political actors and my office, and also to provide them with brochures and other material that they may use for public discussions, debates, any other way. So I welcome that.
I think now is a good time for you to look into that camera and tell persons what your contact information is. How can they reach out to you? How can they talk to you? How can they get in contact with you and communicate?
The Office of the Political Ombudsman is located at 85 A Duke Street, Kingston. It's next door to Gordon House in the JMA building. Now, we are listed in the telephone book, and you can find us there, Political Ombudsman. We are also on social media. If you put in Political Ombudsman, I think there's a Twitter, Political Ombudsman, Instagram, and I think the email is politicalombudsman@yahoo.com, and our numbers are listed in the phone book. I think you may have the numbers there, Vaughn.
Right, yes, I have them on the card here, if I may. You are 922-0317. Thank you to our technical producers providing that number. 922-0317. Right, and fax, for those of you who still use fax, is 922-1040. And it is Political Ombudsman.
Fax. Fax, bro. Excuse me. People, after listening to this lady, I'm confused. I'm confused as to why she was removed. I'm bitterly confused. Oh, and something happened recently. After I press bring it, let me see. Peter.
At half of the press. Well, my people, me here for drop the read them a secret. And that no one know why if you come and release the sexual offender registry. You know from when me a call upon the
data reveals more than 150 under 17s unalive. Thousands of sexual assault in the last 5 years.
Justice Minister Delroy Chuck, if you come and publish the sexual offender registry, no, these people say they care about the kids. These people say they care about the kids. Care where? If this man did care about my wisdom warriors, they would have published everybody picture and name long time. Why are they keeping them a secret? And that I want to know why una hide these things. It must be a reason. It must be a reason. Because me I hear saying my people between me and Uno. See enough of them in the Jamaica Labour Party sitting there, you know. Touches, very, very touches. Not only touching with teeth in alone, but then touches the other way. And me hear so they name dip on it. That's why they don't want to publish it. You see, if these people didn't really care about Jamaican people, then publish the raper boy them picture. Long time. Long time I was done warriors. But for some reason, Delroy Chuck said, it is not fair for a raper boy to get punished twice. He said once they go under the time and them come out, it is not fair for you to see them on the road and pine upon them and say, oh, watch the raper boy, so the raper boy there. And that Delroy Chuck say. I don't know what I play the video over a whole heap of time and show on. Yes, so that he say. These people say they care and love Jamaican people. But as the Jamaican people, they know you sleep on mat that. Especially the labor rats them. Them know you sleep on mat that, my wisdom warriors. And that's why the good are going to suffer for the bad. Just because of Jamaica Labour Party supporters. And them cause all the problem. A chair and Andrew Holness, Delroy Chuck, Christopher Tufton, Horace Strong and the whole of them make it look like say them do a good job. They don't do a good job. Them a mash up the country and a mash up the economy. They not help we. Anyway, my wisdom warriors, 3 prospective People's National Party candidates in St. James have filed a claim in the Supreme Court seeking judicial review of the St. James Municipal Corporation decision to remove their campaign posters in the parish. The candidates Andre Houghton, Janice Allen, and Alan Bernard filed the court action on Tuesday with the Municipal Corporation named as the respondent. On the hear that, my people? So the PNP candidates filed court challenge of decision to remove campaign posters in St. James. I don't blame them because Delroy Chuck claims here Earl Jarrett is the political ombudsman and he sit down on him ass from last year till now and he hear the PNP out there talk and he don't know about it. But my wisdom warriors, me feel all of this is a PR stunt. All of this me think is a PR stunt, my people. Me I tell you, I believe when me say PR stunt, me I talk about the political ombudsman, Earl Jarrett, whatever, when Delroy Chuck come up with for him ideas. I believe it is a trick. Maybe there is no political ombudsman. Maybe you're not even Earl are the political ombudsman. You understand? Me, if I hear Earl come out himself and say that with his own mouth, then me will believe. But for now, I don't believe. I really and truly do not believe. Some people, the PNP is seeking 6 orders of the court following the removal of the campaign boards. So, application for a leave to apply for judicial review of the SJMC decision to remove their political advertising. Letter 1. 2. Quash the decision of the SJMC to remove their advertising boards. 3. Review of the motion passed by the Finance Committee of SJMC on April 9, 2025, prohibiting the display of advertising pending an announcement of elections. 4. Barring the SJMC from interfering in the applicant's political advertising. 5. Order of mandamus compelling the SJMC to return, restore, and reinstate their advertising. And number 6. General and aggravated damages. So my wisdom warriors, that was all that has been filed. You understand? So that's why I lay it out, so I have a more understanding of why they take the mayor to court. All right? That. Anyway, my people, want to tell me how you feel about this. Tell me what you think about it and put an honest opinion in the comment section. I want to take in this.
The Jamaica Labour Party has sought to politicize an issue and trying to spread the rumor that the PNP does not support the police. I want you to listen to me carefully. Dressing up in blue suit and blue frock, no means say I support police. And since I've announced myself as the MP candidate for Central Kingston, every police officer that I've ran into, they will say to me, Mr. McGregor will find somebody that can represent for the police in Parliament. Yes. With Steve McGregor representing for you, my officers, you have somebody that can negotiate. You know that? I was a part of the team that negotiated the best settlement for police ever in the JCF. So don't let them try to fool you to think that the PNP is not for the police. We're for the police. But listen, we're for transparency. We're for professionalism. We're for accountability. So we will support the body-worn cameras. Yes, because we want accountability. We'll also volley for other less lethal weapons to be used in your effort. We'll also...
I love it. I love it. My God, I love it. I love it. This is a former police inspector. Yes? Laying it. See, that is what listen to me. You see, if Andrew Honest did come out and say this I wouldn't have no opposition, you know. But what did Andrew Honest do? Come out and say, I support the police and I'm in blue. We're not behind that. One T black. The man said him support the body worn cameras. Because we need accountability. That is all the people are saying. And this is a, man.
Don't put things in place so that you are properly trained to manage critical incidents. Because I'm seeing too much incidents on the road where it seems as if the police don't have control over it. Because I don't put things in place so that you are properly trained for accountability. So we will support the body-worn cameras. Yes, because we want accountability. We'll also value for other less lethal weapons to be used in your effort. We'll also put things in place so that you are properly trained to manage critical incidents. Because I'm seeing too much incidents on the road where it seems as if the police don't have control over it. This is a trained and proven police officer for over 41 years. So when I represent for you, you know that I'll be speaking of what you need and what is right for you. So don't let nobody fool you and try to tell you that the PNP is not for the police. Yes, I want them to hurry up and pay the retroactive payment that they have for the police and other government workers, because they're waiting until close to when they call the election as if it's a special favor that they are doing for these workers. It is something that they're obligated to do. Our spokesman on national security commended the police, and I will go along and endorse what he's saying. We endorse what the now Commissioner of Police is doing. And I see where he's putting some young officers out there on the streets because they are not resting on their laurels to say the little decrease in murders. We have seen this before. So for it to be consistent, you must put officers out there who can go and connect with the citizens and make the citizens the central focus on any crime strategy that you are using to police them. The citizens must be the central focus.
That is our one and only Steve McGregor, my people. Hear this.
Isaac, the Canon MP candidate for Portland Eastern.
One Isaac.
Why I am here is bringing heat. Age being health is the first and most important thing. I am at the Port Antonio Hospital doing a tour of the facilities to see how best we can turn what is now a C-type hospital to a A.
Port Antonio Hospital has been a type C forever. It's the only hospital in the parish. Based on the tier policy, you're not able to function because certain specialties would not be included in that tier.
If we're continuing to operate on a tier system, then the conclusion is that type A needs to be clear and important. I'm trying to get to the place where we're not restricted by policy, which clearly is an indicator of a failing health system. I'm now meeting with the executive staff, the administrative staff, and the medical doctors, trying to find out exactly what the hospital position is in terms of...
One Jesse James Clark. One big up that brother there, that young brother there. One Jesse James Clark. Come out and tell about it, do the water. One Jesse James Clark. Type Jesse James Clark in our chat.
Healthcare, what kind of treatment is available at the facility.
I just want to understand what the patients currently have to deal with, what they have to go through in order to get the different services.
In the A&E, we have 4 medical officers that are assigned there. We have level 1, level 2s. Those are more junior doctors, so you'd want like an A&E consultant.
I'm specifically interested in the maternity ward. We have had in the past death resulting from birth, whether it be from the mother or the child, and that is something dear to me.
So far this year, we have not had any maternal deaths, and we like to keep it that way. Being so far away from the type B's and the type A hospitals, we know that we have to stand on our own 2 feet in terms of patient care to ensure that we have good outcomes.
So right now, touring the hospital, did go on the maternity ward.
I actually see everything is complex.
Did look at the med lab. I am also looking at the pediatric ward.
And me alone see delivery sign and miss one L. And me alone see that.
Here to ensure that we...
Hold on there. Me sure say. Me see one right there, so. 2, 3, 4, 5. Right there. Lord of mercy. What a disgrace. Delivery. And the delivery not delivery. You don't know to say L missing. Hey, I mean I don't catch that a while ago. I bet someone now watch the TV, you just listen. Because I don't love multitask, you know. When you now watching the device, you just listen down. When you look on the screen. When you see a delivery sign that. Delivery. Not delivery, no. Delivery. The L missing to blur it now, smarty TV. I mean, I tell all the times that never going on at this government. All the L thief. Mighty God.
Everything is complex. We look at the med lab. I am also looking at the pediatric ward, looking at the male surgical ward as well as the female surgical ward. Looking at the facility as a whole, and I can tell you there is great need for expansion.
This is our little hospital. We as a team work together to make things happen.
I'm very impressed with the staff at the Port Antonio Hospital. The way how they gel, they work together very well. I can tell you it's a clean facility and they work well with the scarce resources that they have. It is an 82-year-old building structure, and how we think about the engineering of a modern facility that will have room for expansion.
You have answered it that the space is here, and it is just the technology that needs to be placed here.
And certainly to bring healthcare to the citizens of Portland Eastern, we have to think big.
My wisdom warriors, according to Nationwide, yeah, because I didn't put out this, I mean, I say no other else paper put it out. Human Rights Lobby Group Jamaicans for Justice, JFJ, is dismissing suggestion that some supporters were paid to participate in the end police violence protest in halfway through St. Andrew on Tuesday. We all know say a labor writer make up this, and them make up all of these things. Seriously.
And you know, so I see article and I say I'm not cover it. Because it was just so ridiculous. It was just so ridiculous. People in Jamaica in a real fear for their life. People in Jamaica have real issues with them pitney, them father, them elderly are get abused by police. You don't need to pay nobody for go protest. As a matter of fact, intimidation they use while the protest never bigger. People was literally in fear of their life. And there was this woman there with one short ear. You see Andre Stevenson video, I take picture of everybody. These are the reasons why people are in fear. We have these JLP fanatics. Yes? These JLP fanatics. Supporters. Right? PMP people no business about the JLP and what them are doing. PMP no business about them. They can go do anything they want and protest out. Nobody now pay them no mind. Them have a freedom to move and do what they do. But anytime the PMP, anytime something will support, or the PMP people them support, them a try use intimidation. You hear the man them say, a Porsche school they come from. No boy, no girl. You understand? You remember good.
They are human rights. So they're not going to do that. They don't stay like anti-wellness and the Labour Party. These people are different set of people. These people are human rights advocates. So they're not going to do that. I want to know, stop spread propaganda. Stop spread propaganda. The only person I use the JCF for a political gain is Andrew Wellness. This follows a video obtained by Nationwide News showing some Jamaicans clad in black standing in line beside a JFJ branded vehicle. It showed some of them approaching the vehicle, signing a piece of paper on a clipboard. Hey, Nationwide, you see Uno? You see Uno? Uno really work for Andrew Wallace winning? How Uno work stuff for Andrew Wallace win?
So because the people are signed on paper, that means that they get paid. I am certain I heard the lady talk about communication. Isn't the JFJ working for we the people? Justice for Jamaicans. That's what JFJ is for. So why would JFJ not want to keep in contact with the people of Jamaica via email, phone number, whatever? It's called the organization. We understand that the JLP love pay people to come a conference and them something there and come on bus and them have to get them $5,000 and then this and that in their shirt. We understand. It's well documented. But we are not the same. Comrades are not the same. I don't know. Listen, you can't say for me. I will never accept any money from any politician. And if they give it, they're going to look on them sideways. Because you can't buy me. I'm an independent thinker. I cannot be bought. So you trying to buy me, you're insulting me. You're telling me you're degrading my value, and I take much offense to that. I do. I take much offense to that. You understand? Because we are dealing with integrity now. So if you're a politician with integrity, neither you nor your workers or anybody that's a representative of your party, but them call them warriors or whatever, nowhere down the pipeline money should be given to people if you have any integrity to vote. If there's people out there that don't want to vote and it's money alone I go make them vote, make them go sit down. Make them go sit down. Them not mean the country no well. And you paying them not mean the country no well neither. Them think they need to clamp down. People need to get locked up for that. I pay for vote. And it thing's so bad where apparently, allegedly, the way how things are bad, the people have to get paid before election because there's historical conversation surrounding, you know, people being promised money and after they win the election, then they get the money. So the people them want the money before the election. Before them going at the booth. It's not funny, you know, but sometimes you have to make bad things make joke. Jeez and peace. This is such a disgrace. Such a disgrace.
That everybody are alone to that. Eh? How other everybody alone to that? So if them assign one piece of paper, what that have to do with UNO?
Exactly.
If them assign one piece, my wisdom warriors, they never see the people that collect money, you know. They see the people that assign one piece of paper. Why money have to come to UNO mind?
Yes.
UNO things say PNP and UNO things say JFJ and Labour right at the same thing.
Thank you.
Stop mix up the people then.
Don't mix with.
Nationwide well and when my wisdom warriors say a Labour right alone sell vote and give away money. Them alone for voting thing. So I don't know why them come up with this stupidness. And them are the only news media have it out. You know, nobody else not put that out. Nobody else not put that out because it's a foolishness. But they see me and say, what the right it all are going on.
Now, I don't know about previous administrations in the PMP. But the way how I've heard the Gensec speak, you see, even when you win the election and don't have money, you need to keep a standard. Do not pay anybody to vote for UNO. Don't pay nobody for vote for UNO. Alright? Do not do it.
So, where the right will go on so? Human rights not have nothing to do with PNP. Human rights was put in place for the Jamaican people, for UNO same Labour right, for UNO same PNP, for UNO same undecided voters, and for UNO same one well-thinking Jamaicans. And just because of the lack of knowledge, that's why UNO not understand why JFJ.
Sorry about that. Had to end that one. Let me make sure something goes so up to Atta for the press. Zin. Alright. Move on to something else. Let me see how I go on here. So. Let me move. Oh yes. So me here say in a parliament, Icky, the panic. All of you that are watching me right now, what is your take on the Icky business? Is it unprofessional? And even so, do you think that was dealt with right? Do you think that it was dealt with correctly? That it made the news? You know, could there have been a a warning, you know, private conversation about it. Because it's kind of embarrassing for the lady, you know. I don't know what to think about it. I was listening to Andre. Oh, yes. Just remember. Right, Mango said something about it. Kind of weird still. Feel like you lose your job over Icky. Like, I don't know. I'm caught in between that conversation. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like it's weird. It's very weird.
Thanks, good morning.
Listen to this.
So this is the article when we wake up for see now. The House Clerk is threatening to send home parliamentary staff, that is employees who turn up with hickeys or love bites as they are called. Well, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I don't know what to say either.
This has to come from somebody who is severely depressed and lonely and lacks love and attention in her life. She has to have a severe inferiority complex to believe that she can police people or people have on them skin. I've never seen this in my life. No.
For the people who have a job, Zane.
Adults who are sometimes mad.
For the people who have a job, is there a company policy that states that you should not come to work with icky on your neck? Or markings on your neck? Or love bites? Is there... I don't know, because somebody just send me something. I don't really I don't know, man. I don't know.
Married, adults who are in committed relationships, adults who probably are middle-aged and senior citizens and feeling a little frisky with their significant others. Lady, because you're obviously lonely and depressed, that don't mean you must project your loneliness and depression on other people who have exciting romantic lives. Lord, man. The perfect remedy, if you cannot find a man, the perfect remedy for loneliness is a puppy and a rose off a sheen. Okay? Get yourself a puppy that will keep you company and you can take care of that puppy. And when you're feeling frisky at night, you use your rose. Yeah. And come out of people's bedroom and love life and whatever them want, we put on them body. Imagine, how far are you willing to go to exalt your authority and your power? Are you so power hungry that you want to know, determine where people must get hickey and them body like so them in high school like they're teenagers? Is that what you're trying to do? I bet you say you can't go to Andrew and Juliet and tell them about icky. I bet you can't even go to Rhoda and tell her about icky. I bet you can't go to Anne-Marie and Daryl and tell them about icky. I bet you cannot go in Parliament and tell any of those women or men where they must have them love bite. And God know, if I were ever in your employ and you come to me as a married woman live with my husband and telling me where my husband can put mark on my body, I would have dip up under you. Because you're rude, you're bright. Just because you are in charge does not give you the right or authority to abuse your power. Do not project your loneliness on other people, lady. Come on now. I never said this before. I never said nothing like this. You see, when you give people power, man. When you give people power, and you need to go fix your lipstick. People stop wearing black eyeliner around them lip from in the 90s. Go on your ways, man. Sure. They're just...
Hickey police, you don't say clean and no good. Yo, we can't deal with this. Yo. Prince time, man. Yo, CW. CW, gonna get your message yet enough. Here, because I'm on the live, so it's kind of impossible. Oh. I work for the government. So hold on. I been Sarkodie. So there's a company policy in for you. And where are you from? You from Jamaica or where you from? So you work for the government, right? So is there a company policy that states that you cannot come with mark by your neck? I really want to hear from you with this one, you know. If you don't want to call me, take the call. Honestly, I truly want to hear from you guys. Splash the G, if you're still there, put the number in our chat. Yo, this is funny. Nah, lie. I've worked in establishments before. And I've never come across a policy that states that if you have a icky on your neck, you can't come to work. No. I could see where if it's an excess, and you know, like your whole neck just mark up and it's a distraction, you know, possibly, you know, but what icky? No, something right. No, in terms of like food preparation in the kitchen, you know. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one at all. My name, PDTV. Last night, Andre, somebody I'll call him and I cuss him out. That was funny. Who this? Zulika Jess, who that?
To know that you go a store for tea clothes. Every hour. Oh. Sending a memorandum to the staff at Parliament. Courtney. Icky business, you know, icky. Very sensitive matter, icky Jamaica. What can go so? Courtney.
Oh my God, bro.
She said, if they come to icky with at word. But I can't run her door, you know, quick.
Really?
You know why I can't run her?
Really, Andre?
And I'm going to strike the balance, Jamaica.
No, me, Andre.
Some of you government workers don't have no decorum. Somehow, you make him mad.
So we have Abina is in the States. Abina says USA has no policy like that, where you can't come to work with icky on your neck, and Jamaica lives off the standards of the USA. We always referencing the USA. Florence, how you doing? Salute you, good afternoon. Welcome. Please remember let's double tap the screen like this, guys. Everybody, if you haven't already, double tap the screen. That's how you hit the like button. When I double tap the screen, when I'm using this format, which I will be using a lot of, unfortunately, because I need to find back my audience. My audience is lost. I have lost my audience. I don't know where they are. May I talk about the hundreds of people who used to watch me on the live them. I have lost my audience. And I'm looking for them. I'm searching. I'm searching for y'all, man. When I go live, I don't know what's going on. Listen, Splash Digi look like he can step out. How many times have we put up something in our chat a while ago? Splash Digi, step out for a second. Big up Splash Digi. But my number is 876-451-6535. That's 876-451-6535. Thank you. We wondering how to subscribe. So Florence, you're not subscribed. If you want to join my WhatsApp group, the number is 876-451-6535. 6535. Alright? Now when you subscribe to the platform, you click the bell. Oh, see it there? Nightbot just drop it. See it there? To join my WhatsApp group, good people, please text join to the number 1876. See it there? And I'll add you. It's right there, guys. I want you guys to pay attention to every message that Nightbot puts in the chat. Nightbot just dropped my Cash App a while ago. If you have Cash App, you can Cash App me if you like to support the platform monetarily. Right? Nightbot drops all the important messages. Like Nightbot says, thank you beautiful people for hitting the like button. You're the real MVP. May God bless you continuously. Right? Those are messages that I incorporated into Nightbot, so he drops them on a timely manner. Maybe every 10 minutes, every 15, I set the timers. You understand? So throughout the live stream, you will see Nightbot, right? Of course, Jamaica follow USA standards. Of course they do. On so many things. Right? I tell you. But let's continue. So that's the number you can text me, Zine.
Some man, woman, make him man put it on. Some man, man make him woman put it on her. Man, and some man, woman, make woman put it on. I don't know, but somehow no, I get put on icky. But
hold on, I just get a Cash App a while ago. Somebody just sent me $10. Appreciate that. Dwight, big up yourself. I don't know which one I only hear name Dwight do, you know, but big up yourself. Alright? Yeah, let me see the personal note. Salute to you, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Right? So, you know, say, me get one next Cash App, but I'm not too sure about it. Come here and say, I don't know this person. I don't know this person. I don't know this person. You know, but man, shout out to all of y'all, man. Shout out to all of y'all. Feel me? Shout out to all of y'all. So I just got that. I don't know if that's CW. CW, are you that? If I you that, let me know. That is you, let me know. Alright? I need to find out about this e-transfer thing. Because I'm not sure about it, I don't understand it. Anyway.
What them say, I know, a mosquito, our cartel say, mosquito bite. But somehow, no, come and work and don't have, when you look at van the neck, you know, quote me.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you know, Jamaica, I'm going to play devil's advocate tonight. I wonder if the clerk at the house have any partner.
Alright, I got you, CW.
I wonder if the clerk at the house, Jamaica, have a partner. Could there be feelings in her? I wonder if... No. But...
Me born no last summer in a place, I been a say, we even have the Crown Act where employees can work in government with dreadlocks. That's the United States, right? United States is always on the side of expression in terms of how you look and stuff like that. So yeah, that is more than tangible right there. I don't even have to look into that.
I don't think it's the clerk of the house doing this, you know. I believe it's our boss, tell her to send it out. Yes. Size 30. Yeah. Size 30. Hey, when do you get it? I wonder if parliamentarians are come up with parliament with Icky Pande. I wonder which parliamentarians when they come with Icky Pande. Hey! And I give a mosquito bite! Whoa! I wonder. Ball out! Whoa! Jamaica, I'm going to ask again.
Yo, it's not easy, you know, watch out.
Probably the class was instructed.
How would that on the screen?
Probably the class was instructed by such ladies.
Oh my days.
Or probably such ladies see a particular bite cutting. Yes. And know the bite. And know the formation of the bite. A jealousy cause it in a putney. Jealousy.
What do you think? Alright, last time said jealousy. When you feel say a clerk I court do it or a size 30? What do you think? Jamaica government, the whole system around like one party shop. Like days of our lives. Like, it's supposed to be about the business of Jamaica. Real serious business, not petty stuff like this. It's a real damn shame, you know? You're going to government with sleeveless and shorts, Jamaica can't. You're serious? No, that is hard to believe. It is hard for me to believe that you can go into the government in America with sleeveless and shorts. That is very hard for me to believe. Because there's standards where it's concerned, where government, you know, buildings are concerned. Because you can't go a court in a sleeveless and shorts. General Hospital, soap opera, Parliament, no good again. May I tell you?
When you see the clerk of the court doing this, but on a serious note, Jamaica. On a serious note, boss, Africa.
Hey, I'm glad that Andrew cover this. Listen to the Rasta them. Big up the Rasta them down at Mobile. Because I'm going to cover it, you know. I'm glad. I'm not even listen to that part of Andrew.
Listen to the Rastas. Listen to the Rastas today.
My name is Priest Wesley Kelly. I'm the high priest for the Alien Selassie, Jah Rastafarian, Royal Ethiopian Judah Coptic Church. We are here today to celebrate and to upkeep the work of Abraham Torres, the president of Burkina Faso.
Nah, like Rasta, I think a tourist he said. It's Share. I think it's Ibrahim Share. Or Ibrahim Toure, something like that. Traore, Troare, Ibrahim Traore. Alright? Or Ibrahim Troy. I call him Ibrahim Troy. And I mean no disrespect. I mean, I have the ultimate respect for that, brother. Ian Vessel, big up. I see you.
We are in support of the president for the liberation of our black mother country, Africa. So while we are gathered here in support of Abraham Torres, the black liberator that may come in will be in coordination of Black Liberation Day. So that's why we are all gathered here today. The 30th of the month, that this month, April, is the month of the Rastafarian month, that we have claimed proclamation in 2017, that this month must be recognized as the Rastafarian month. And that's why we are here in support of Abraham Torres to liberate Mother Africa from the white colonizers. What if anything was said that it might inspire to be your supporter? Abraham. Well, you see, the work of our leaders must take a page out of Abraham Cohen's book that he have written now, The Changing of the Guard, to liberate our motherland and our fatherland. Jamaica is the fatherland. Africa, Ethiopia is our motherland. So we in this island home, the island in the sun, must separate, must agitate for our rights. So it's a great pleasure to share this moment.
Hey, Prince Diamond, Rasta, I just see him there now. Rasta was out there, man. We see Rasta, I represent with JFJ. Man, I when I quote the Bible and I say, yo, vengeance is of the Lord, you see me?
Oh man, with the eye. Black liberation. Blessed be the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie the first. Jah Rastafarian. We are here today as African descendants in the diaspora. We are here supporting our African leaders coming together in one unity to show love, to show peace, to show joy and happiness to Mother Africa once more. So we are here standing up for the right of our life people. The last year, Jah Rastafarian. Freedom to the land. What led to this gathering this morning? It's just the fire of from colonialism. We make them know that the ease off and leave and not alone. You know? Yeah, so you know what though? I just Africa we say. Round and about near and far. Worldwide, Mama Africa, to everyone. All African leaders just let's unite and come together in one. Yeah.
Jave, big up yourself in a Jave.
And all Caribbean islands, yeah. So you know Jamaica have a lead out to the world and its people, so you don't know. One perfect love, Rastafari. Yeah man, this is I So Strong. I'm here to make it right, I'll never make it wrong. Rast, I So Strong. Bless the Lord.
We turn it down, we turn it down.
And I want to make it emphatically and categorically clear that what Captain Ibrahim Traore is doing in Burkina Faso is exemplary leadership.
Of course. Of course.
But equally Jamaica. Our country has a myriad of crimes. Our country has a myriad of crises. Our country, Jamaica, has systematic, encrypted corruption.
Wow.
That is eroding the land and ravishing and raping the resources of the people.
Terrible, man. Terrible, Andre. Terrible.
Where are the people in Jamaica who are going to stand up against that kind of oppression? The oppression of foreign invaders, the oppression of an oppressive government and a police force and security forces, the oppression of the corporation of the financial system, the oppression of the young people and the children of this land, the oppression that the elders face in this country. So, whilst we stand Jamaica, and that is why I'm an egalitarian and a dualist, whilst I stand for Ibrahim Traore, I'm standing for Jamaica. I never heard none of those rascals speak about the kind of systematic Babylonian governance is happening in our country. I've seen none of them, Courtney, speak against the oppression of the people of the land. Where are the house of Rastafari to speak out against the invasion of the land? Right is right and wrong is wrong, Jamaica. Where are those voices to stand up?
Rasta them asleep, bro. Rasta didn't get calm, you see me? Everybody get pacified. I don't lie, Mattel. Remember, Sir Rasta used to be at the forefront, you know. Remember, Sir Rasta? Yo, you remember? Even through the music, you don't notice that nobody now sing the real music again. You all hear, or if they must sing it, let me rephrase that. The one that we are sing the real music, those music are not pushed in the mainstream media. You don't notice that? You don't notice that you have less and less revolutionary music. Because of understanding power of music, you know. So once you sing music, we tell girl to twerk, and tell girl to, and tell dudes to throw money upon girl we at twerk, and spend all your money at the bar, waste some money. You never hear no song where I tell you say, yo, invest in Bitcoin. Get your real estate game up. You see me I say? Get your 401k. Whatever it is investment wise. You don't hear no music where sound cool. Where I talk about investment. But when you have music, so let me get this straight. This is our culture. Get money by any means necessary is what is being pushed in music, you know. Because you have this guy in Jamaica, and it's not just Jamaica, you have people overseas that sing song too, where spread the same message. He do a song with Valiant that said, and I know this is a little bit off topic, but as my mind goes there, we're going there. So him sing a song where say, oh, if you're not give your girl the money, boy, if it DEAD. So I say, hold on. If you're not give woman the money, you have to DEAD. Not if your girl, just woman. Woman we have casual sex with. If you're not just give her money, yeah. So let me get this straight. You're supposed to go to school. You're supposed to build yourself to be qualified enough to earn a certain amount of money. And then society and through music is telling you as a man that you should go and throw your money away. Ever hear the Bible say don't cast your pearls to swine? Did anybody ever pick that up? That is the same thing for a woman. When it comes on to her virginity and her body. You don't just throw your vagina everywhere out like it's a piece of slippers. For everybody push them foot in it. You're not supposed to do that. It's one ungodly, and two, it's really, really just outside of the tenets of the Bible. You know, look good. Being a WHORE is very distasteful. I don't care what nobody is saying. I don't care what music is out there pumping up these girls that do them body and a twerk and something. Yo, being a thought, being a WHORE is not cool. It's not sexy. I don't care what they've been telling you. It ain't sexy. There's some things a man do that a woman cannot do and still maintain being a woman. Oh, we're gonna go there. Oh yeah, it is what it is. And there's some things that a woman do that a man cannot do and be looked at the same way as a man. It is what it is. We are not the same. We're different. All right? We are different. So let's just call a spade a spade. But, like I said, the music that is there, you don't hear no revolutionary music. They have been quiet. All of the principles of society that we held firm in this country is being eroded on a rapid scale. What do you think Mark Stewart say and Pastor Peter Chambers and other prophets when they say reverse the order, reverse the curse? This nation is a cursed nation right now. No? Jamaica is cursed, you know. It is a land of DEATH. Them say the unaliving's gone down 30%. But the police force have it up back where they would fit. When they put the police force unaliving of the Jamaican citizens, the rate of unalivings in Jamaica is exactly where it always was, or going higher. And some people say, oh, but it's not fair for you to rate. No, it's just the truth. We are seeing too many suspicious unalivings of Jamaican citizens. That's why the JFG had to come out. But we don't have a leader like Ibrahim Traore. They are soldiers, you know. They are soldiers. The man is a soldier. And when they look on, when them doing operations, them love to bring back evidence. So them always bring back the spies them. When them catch French spies, You think them a kill them? No. And a high combat situation them there now. And Franny can bring them back alive. Why? Because it's intelligent to do so. Yeah, them a get weak for true Jave. No pride, no shame, no dignity anymore. Well, you know, the Bible did say that it's a generation of vampires. And the Bible did say that this would happen in this time. In these days. So, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. But it's still very distasteful. For me, my opinion. My opinion. Extremely distasteful. And that might hurt some people's feelings, but it is what it is, man. Moving on. What is this now? Are we Andrea show yourself?
I went back into my archives of how he stood against
Wait. 120, okay.
the shootings and the killings that the police were doing.
Weird.
I went to Jamaica and I looked into the archives. Wholeness cries foul at the killing. Superintendent of Police Joycelyn Baker listens to a resident of Tower Ale in Olympic Garden last week Friday. This is 2007. Member of Parliament for West Central St. Andrew, Wholeness has expressed concern at the behavior of the police in the fatal shooting of one of its constituents on Friday and is demanding justice for the victim.
Pause. You know I gotta find that article, right? Boy! Ball out! People who know so I have to look for the article. Wholeness cries foul at killing. Hold on there. Only give me a second. Give me a second. Let me pull up the article. Google is your friend, so you got to use it all. Wholeness cries foul at KILLING. Let's see if we get the article coming up, ladies and gentlemen. News article. PMP cries foul. Bunty Knowles condemns police unaliving. What year was that? 2007. But me find something else. Yesterday, alright, hold on. Hold on there, people. Hold on there. Me just find something a while ago. Alright. Just give me a second. Andrew Bonus. I'm gonna put it here. 2007. See if I can find it. 2007. Park Lane residents cried foul. St. Andrew, blah, blah, blah. Cause Samuda appeared shot when they arrived yesterday. Oh, sorry, that's on it. June 24, 2007. June 24, 2007. News article. I have to find a news article. It looked like an RGR news article, sir. Let me see. It look like RGR is. It does look like RGR. Alright, hold on. Undo, let me copy this. So we can have it. Alright. Wholeness. Did I put an extra word in there? No, I didn't. Maybe there's more to the title that I'm missing. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It look like RGR still. RGR. 2021 month ago, that's not it. RGR news. Try to put this in. Wanna give me a second, my people. Give me a second, I'm working on something here. This article refuses to come up. I really dislike the Gleaner sometimes because their articles really, I don't know why they are lagging on to load and stuff like that. And it really slows down the momentum of stuff. Let me make Andre go on.
Victim who was killed on his birthday. This is a said man. He continued. But Andrew Holness, the opposition, Jamaica Labour Party MP, who represents Tower Hill, said it was the 9th questionable killing into the street since last year. There was an attitude that anyone found carrying gun deserves to be executed. Innocent people he believed were being killed for no reason. And he then accused the dispatched without resources to the due process of law. The said man who looked at you, Jamaica, and he said, what? Me like judge or me like maker? The said man who looked at you one guy to say meet thy judge and meet thy maker. In 2007, he looked Jamaica and he said, and it has moved now from 9 police killing his time, that him Ariel Opangwa, 9 Courtney, and now it is 109.
Wow.
109
wow.
versus 9.
Wow.
And the hypocrite, the Philistine.
Wow.
The Philistine, Jamaica. Looking at you now, saying him standing with police. Can you imagine?
Anything for political.
There is a song that they said, see the hypocrite, them a galang bad.
See the hypocrite, them a galang.
Bob Marley told us about them. Hypocrites and parasites.
See the hypocrite, them a galang, they are.
Ahab. Can producer put up what he said? Make the people of Jamaica look what he said versus what he said. I stand with the police. Play back the recording, producer. Let Jamaica remind him what he said. Him standing with the police. Solidarity without resources to the due process of law. So I'm talking about due process now. Then, but I'm not talking about due process now. What can go so? And then, and the accused guilty. There was an attitude in Jamaica in the fatal shoot. And say, he has expressed concern about the behavior of the police in the fatal shooting of his constituents.
Deputy Superintendent
and he went further.
Jocelyn Baker.
He said it was 9 police killings. 9 in Jamaica. There was an attitude that anyone found carrying a gun deserves to be executed. Innocent people he believed were being killed for no reason, and the accused dispatched without resources to the due process. So I'm talking about due process now. Then, but I'm not talking about due process now. What can go so? And then another worrying trend in the country is that the Commissioner of Police is saying that whatsoever him and the police say to what the place called Indicom.
Jocelyn Baker. Jocelyn Baker was the police superintendent. Deputy Superintendent Jocelyn Baker, Jamaica. Y'all notice how no one is meeting the judge? Only the just the maker. Exactly. Time soon catch up with him. I'm thinking can beat time. Oh yeah, I realize. May I try to find us something? I'm soon wrap up still. I don't know about the soldier that we get unalive in at 18. You know. I see you say 2020, but Andre showed the article. Andre showed the article, and the article says Sunday, June 24, 2007. Sunday, June 24th, 2007 news article. See me can. Let me put wholeness in there. Wholeness. So I'm gonna put wholeness in there. And then you just give me UCM more. That don't make any sense. Andrew wholeness. Where can I go find these articles like a it's a 2011. This not have nothing to do with. Oh shit. So one Gleaner article. Cops identified 24 men wanted for shooting in capital. No charge brought against wholeness from. No, that's a difference. RGR. Sunday. Rough. Rough the people. One article we see June 24. Me know say RJR no, but me just not come up. Me know from me see how you set up. Me know say RJR news. No lie. These are the old cleaner. Alright, wholeness cries. Wholeness cries foul at KILLING. No, come on, bro. The information you're about to submit is not secure. Send anyway. I found it. Woo! Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, got him. Hold on. Got him. Let's read. Let's read. And you know what? I'm going to document this. I'm going to document it on my OBS. This needs to be documented. You're here for the documentation, ladies and gentlemen. Let me flip my screen. This hypocrisy from this hypocrisy from the government has to stop. Let me copy this article. This is gonna go in the archive. Send it to myself. All right, wonderful. Now I got to restart my computer because my OBS is giving trouble. Restart so we can refresh. Trevor Wagwan. Trevor says, when the political ombudsman was envisioned, the governor general would make appointment. PM and up agreeing. The PM and the opposition agreed. How it expected that the ECJ to do so. Brethren, Trevor, excellent point. Therein lies the problem. This is why I'm here doing a whole show about the political ombudsman. Yes, And if I did not give you guys I did tell you guys you can call in because I wanted to hear from you, but nobody called in. I think people are afraid to call me. I don't know. I don't know. People are, I don't know. Is it me? Is it something? I don't know. I think people are afraid to call me. I don't know. I'm just saying. People have not called me a lot. I guess, I don't know. I'm not going to make any assumptions. Yeah, I guess they like when I talk. They don't like. I don't know. Because, say, somebody said to me, them like to call me one away when I'm off of the internet. And that time, to be honest with you, I do find time sometimes to talk to people. But, I think people have to really understand that, like, everybody has a life. Like, I have to find time outside of YouTube. I can't just be here hours and hours and hours on here. Especially when it's not yielding the fruit that it usually does. I already dedicate so much time to it behind the scenes. So it's like, damn. You know what I mean? Let me see. Why is this not working? Oh my God. Turn that off, cause.
May God bless the great institutions of the country that keep the society together.
You hear my phone ring?
May God bless the Integrity Commission that leads the fight against corruption in the land.
Wanna hear my phone ring? Yes, my darling. What's up, darling? Yeah, man. Where am I going with? It's not that thing. Why me there with me right now? I just do one reaction and wrap up that little live here. Now spend a long time. So you say? You see I come link me? Yeah, me heard. Oh, alright. Alright, may I get myself together and then me show you. Alright? Alright, baby. My bononos. That's my bononos. Love her, see? Friend for life. All if she not be my wife. Remember that, buddy? Friend for life, all if she not be my wife. I don't know how I come up with this stuff. But anyway, let me go back. Here we go. Found him. Alright, let me open OBS. Where's my headphones? Do I need my headphones? I don't think so. Yeah, I think I do. I think I do. For this one, I think I do. Alright. So I can't hear what Andrea say. Because I'm going to record this. I'm going to give, I have to give full credit where credit is due. Yeah, right here. Boom. There we go. Let me see. Alright. No. Start recording, should I? Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo via. Now we're in this space again. Alright. Excuse me. We're in this space again. All I ask is that y'all hit the like button, of course. Yes. Please remember to hit the like button. Gotta hit the like button, man. Support. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, hear me I say. So I was watching Andre Stevens, right? You guys remember that the Prime Minister of Jamaica was wearing blue and he was supporting the police. Yes? Listen to this.
archives of how he stood against the shootings and the killings that the police were doing. I went to Jamaica and I looked into the archives. Wholeness cries foul at the killing. Superintendent of Police Joycelyn Baker listens to a resident of Tower Hill in Olympic Garden last week Friday. This is 2007. Member of Parliament for West Central St. Andrew, Wholeness has expressed concern at the behavior of the police in the fatal shooting of one of its constituents on Friday and is demanding justice for the victim who was killed on his birthday.
What can go on? What did you say? Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man. What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Embarrassing.
We need some milk.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Andre gets full credit for pulling this up. Now, I went and I dug and I found the article. I want you to pay attention to your screen. Yes? Wholeness cries foul at unaliving. Published CMD. This is the article. So we found it. So it says Deputy Superintendent Police Jocelyn Baker at the left. Jocelyn Baker at the left. That's a man. You talking about the picture? Listens to residents of Tower Hill. That's a man. His name Jocelyn. Free him. Lord of mercy. Anyway, listen to residents of Tower Hill in Olympic Gardens last Friday evening after a police shooting. Norman Grinley, Deputy Chief Photographer, Member of Parliament for West Central St. Andrew Wholeness, has expressed concern at the behavior of the police in the fatal shooting of one of his constituents on Friday and is demanding justice for the victims who unalived on his birthday. So, Andrew, what is the difference between your stance here in 2007 and the stance of the people in 2025, April 29th? What is the difference between you right here and the stance of the JLJ? Look at this, the hypocrisy. The shooting sparked massive demonstration by the residents of Tower Hill who claimed the man yet to be identified by the police, but who is known to the MP as Peter Dobson, a laborer of 39 Collodium Crescent, was unalived by the police. The police report said a joint police military operation was carried out. A military operation, joint military operation with the police was carried out in Tower Hill area. And Andrew Wallace is still asking for justice. You know? Who remember when I showed you that Andrew Wallace said this? Oh God, this is so, me can't, people, me a freestyle right now, wanna bear with me. Me a freestyle right now, wanna bear with me. Me have to put context to this situation. I big up Mr. Buchanan and me saying live right now. But I have to put context to this. Do you remember? Do you remember Andrew Honest when I said this? Where's my evidence file? Here it is. Evidence. Let's go to the tape. Let's go to the tape right here. Boom. Do you remember when I said this? Do you remember when I said this, Andrew?
Across jurisdiction, dealing with finances of gangs, but coordinating how exceptional and emergency powers are used to deal with these criminals who hide under the protection of being citizens of a country.
So, you entrepreneurs, these same SOEs, these state of emergencies, this was a military. Hold on there, then can't hear me. So you entrepreneurs, this was a military and police joint operation that took the life of Peter Dobson. And in 2007, you was asking for justice. And in 2025, you is on this committee saying this, that so expertly. As a matter of fact, it's on my phone. This quote from you is etched in my mind, Bridget, and I don't want to say it the wrong way. I want to say it how you say it, exactly how you say it. I don't want. You see it here. Coordinating how exceptional and emergency powers are used to deal with these criminals who hide under the protection of being a citizen of the country. I don't know nothing about this individual, right? This individual, Peter Dobson, I don't know anything about it. I don't know if he was a criminal or not. Rest in peace to him. Condolence to his family. The point of the matter is, there are people that are here in Jamaica crying out for their relatives that they have dubbed not to be criminals, and the police have unalived them. Right? We are all we're asking for is for them to wear body cameras, and you on the day of the protest wear blue in support of the police, but right here you are asking for justice. Right? During the exercise, members of the police party entered the house and found an AK-47 rifle with 4 rounds of ammunition. They say while inside the house, a male occupant reportedly disarmed one of the policemen and was shot by another lawman. People, this is what the police is saying. This is not your normal report, you know. They are saying that an AK-47 was found. And Andrew Wallace is asking for justice. Holness is questioning this version of events. Really? Really? Really no? And arguing the size of the house makes it impossible to believe the man would have challenged the police party. Wow. So you are giving the citizens credibility over the police, Andrew Wallace, in 2007? So what happened in 2025? Is what one? Oh, you now are running the police force, allegedly. Because you run every single institution in Jamaica in your office as Prime Minister. Right? So now the police them good with you now. You good with the police them now. But in 2007 when you was what? The opposition. Was he the opposition? Yes, 2007 he was the opposition. Oh, you had a problem with the police then? Wow, how convenient. You even challenged the account that they put out. You literally challenged their account. Holness is questioning this version of events, arguing the size of the house makes it impossible to believe that a man would challenge the police. He says this unaliving raised suspicion, my God, as it is the 5th police unaliving in less than a year in the community. 5 persons was unalived in that community, and he's questioning. Wow. And we have had massacres in one community, and nobody should question, you know. I'm telling you something. You know, never mind. It seems to be a standing order in police force that they unalive people when they go on operations. We can't believe me out here. No, sir. I have to ball out for that one. No, sir. Fatty Riley, big up. Fatty Riley, big up. Mighty God. Mighty God. Look at this. My word. Huh? Jesus have mercy. Father, help us. Father God, help we. People, the man said it seems to be the standing order of police force that they unalive people when they go on operations. What is happening right now in Jamaica? Why is the JFJ going out? Because almost every time they go for operation, they are unaliving people. I am done with Andrew Honest, and you should be too. You, the Jamaican people, want to see this? This is why I'm going to look for the article myself, you know. This is the Gleaner website, you know. An old article is, anytime I want to find old Jamaica article, see the old Jamaica article, Gleaner. This is the site, right? And you go and you type in the name of the article in the search bar right or so, and it find it. See it there? Wholeness Christ foul. Jeez and peace. The man a ball out for the people in the community. And now the man take a 180 degree in a 2025 when people are saying same thing you must say in a 2025 when I say in a 2007. Andrew Honest, what has changed? What has changed? We are asking for accountability. What were you asking for here? You were questioning the report of the police. Say it is not believable that the man would challenge the police in such a small house. So you are basically putting the man credibility over the police. That's how far you have went in this. Eh? Jeez, people don't tell me what they think in the comment section. I want to storm up the comment section, people. Storm it up. Members of Jamaicans with Justice was on a rally for cameras. When the man go up on operation, we can see what they did and make sure that everything is on the up and up. That is all they were asking for. Andrew Honest and his government and Marlon Mag and all of them stand against the people of Jamaica and stand with the police. Right? Stand with the police because they don't want to have the police them wear body-worn cameras. That is the only conclusion I can come with. And then you have to ask yourself the question, why would the Jamaica Labour Party not support body-worn cameras for greater accountability? Is it that they don't like accountability? Huh? Is it that why they didn't sign the code of conduct? Is it that's why they removed the political ombudsman? Because they don't want accountability? Is it that's why they have removed impeachment out of the constitutional reform that they are presenting in Parliament? Because they don't want to be held accountable? Because impeachment can mean imprisonment for politicians, and that's why they want to remove it? Huh? Is it that's why Andrew Honest is fighting the Integrity Commission in court? Is it? Is it that's why he's fighting them in court and wanted to remove the powers of the Integrity Commission because they don't want to be held accountable? Is it that's why he had a gag order on his government? Huh? Is it that's why the other seven under investigation is not being revealed? Because they don't like accountability? These are just some of the questions I have, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Alright? No, sir, people. I had to do that reaction. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Guys, I'm up out of here. Alright? Big up on yourself. You got that exclusive because he was live with me. I'm going to be posting that video. Alright, by itself. Right now. I'm loading it up right now. That's crazy, bro. I cannot believe this. This man, hey, oh, man so talented. You have to be so talented for like reach a new low. Like this is a new low for Andrew. It's a new low for Andrew Honest. You're telling me that years ago, Andrew Honest was questioning a police report? Andrew Honest was questioning the report. Not in, it don't sound remedial. It don't sound like one regular report where a man say, all right, You know, say the man take the gun from the police. The man take the gun from the police. I try disarm the, like, you know, sound like have something where you would hear every day. Right? But at the same time,
the wife supporting the land and the husband supporting.
Usually, they would have say something remedial, like one report you hear before. That different, bro. And you say it's unbelievable, it can't happen. What do you mean it can't happen? Have you seen the interactions with people and the police in the streets? Although some of the times those escalations is because of how the police they deal with the thing, provoking the people them. Remember, say Jamaica still have warrior spirit inside, you know? Including the police, them call them a black people to see them, you know? So we have the confrontation there. What do you mean? Man, see how I look at opening and feel like saying quick enough. For draw a man gun. What are you saying? People that are criminals never drew a police gun before or attempted to? Man, stop it, bro. Stop it. Stop it.
Andrew Holness supported James and the wife supported Mona.
What?
I don't support.
Wait, where must I say? Where Andrea say?
Divided or a family divided cannot stand.
Where you say a while ago?
You know about the Bangarang?
What going?
Jamaica. Here is the Bangarang.
No. Jesus. So much things going on last night I never know about. Me late to the party. Rotted.
In Western Westmoreland, Andrew Holness supported James and the wife supported Mona.
What?
I don't think Jamaica heard what I said just a while ago.
What?
A house divided cannot stand.
Cannot stand.
What can go so? Andrew supported Dr. James.
What you say to me?
And size 13 supported Moreland Wilson.
Boy, Bangarang.
You want me to go to Friday that quick?
Bangarang.
Size 13 supporting Delano.
A liar.
The wife supporting Delano. And the husband supporting Christian Delano.
Liar tell. Andre, don't do it, Andre. No. We need help, Jesus. No, we have to put a stop to this. Andre. No, Andre. Me no believe that. That one there too much. Me no believe that one there. Andre, nothing can go so. Mommy! Are you no gone? No, sir. Only never tell me there was something here. And them thing are going on in JLP. Husband and wife a fight. Allegedly. Mighty God. I never know these things. Jamaica, you know, look good. You know, look good at all, Jamaica. Jamaica. No. My God of Daniel. Boy. This is not normal.
Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament.
I'm going to say it again. The wife, you never remember when Susan had the dinner. The wife was that dinner with Delano, you know. The wife supporting Delano and Andrew supporting Christian Tavares. Trouble in a Beverly Hills. The trouble in the house. Trouble is in the house to me. But it is even worse. Remember, James won by 1 vote. 1 vote, Jamaica. 1. And Holness and Chang confirmed James to run. Are you aware that Warren Newby, who won this election, what year? Holness has not confirmed him to run?
I've been away, so they live like puss and dog.
Aye! You hear what I said tonight, Jamaica? Warren Newby, who won this election in Clarendon. The labor rights call me in Jamaica. The labor rights telling me what's going on. What I mean by that? Warren Newby's lawyer, Jamaica, had to write to Horace Chang, asking him When is it Warren Newby is going to be confirmed as the standard bearer for the constituency? So I am telling you, Jamaica, and Courtney, apparently the divide is so strong that the wife and the husband having serious division. I gather that there is now 2 war rooms. I gather that she's operating a war room, is operating a war room, and then Christoph is operating a war room. You know, what can go so? She was normally his political administrator, Courtney. So there are 3 war rooms operating in the JLP. And in that war room with Christoph is the chairman of the JLP, Bobby Montague, and Christoph.
Me now make no draw me out. Colin Wagwan. Me now make no draw me out. I live in this.
You want to know the interesting part? I don't think you want to hear the other interesting part.
I live in this alone, you know.
3 war room and 3 is what Courtney.
Me now make Andre draw me out.
What is the 3 is what Courtney?
Me now make Andre draw me out. Me I left this alone.
Oh, where it come from? Send me back, send me back.
Me now make Andre draw me out, yeah? Andre, alright. Andre quite alright, yeah? Alright. No good. You understand? Yeah. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order, somebody say. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Away come from. Send it back. Ifa. Send it back. Anyway come from. Send it back. Boy. Mighty God. Somebody say, reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Someone that's serious. Hey! My God, Pastor Peter Chambers' words are come to pass, you know. Yeah, man, thus saith the Lord, man. Can come to pass, me now, man. I tell you now. Things stay away. Wow. Away come from
has crumbled. Wholeness has crumbled to Jamaica. Wholeness has crumbled. Wholeness has crumbled. It's not, it's crumbling. Has crumbled. And people are asking me, what am I talking about? He has held, or he's holding the party at ransom. He's holding the party at ransom. And the wife is not supporting him this time.
Wow. Wow.
I'm going to make a point to you. Wait, no, listen to this point. Have you been observing the JLP political meetings of late? Have you been observing the JLP political meetings of late? Let me analyze it for you. Don't you realize that the wife of the Prime Minister is never beside him of late? Don't you realize that the wife of the Prime Minister is not beside him of late? Don't you realize the persons who go to the Prime Minister's political rallies versus who goes with her? Take for instance, she was at the Frick thing down a something what there, Mountain View. The leader wasn't there. He was in Portmore. She wasn't there. But Rhoda is there. Rhoda is where he is. Yes. Rhoda goes to all of the rallies that he goes. But Juliet don't go.
Wow.
Where's the teacher? You don't. All right. I want to observe over the next 4 weeks. They do not share the same political stage. And make a comparative analysis of 2020. Everywhere he was, she was. So how now the campaign political strategy change?
Why, Andrew?
So here is the camp. Palm, Wholeness, Andrew, Warmington. You want me Matthew Samuda, Idiot Amin, Nesta. Yeah. But then there is Juliet, there is Delano. And could it be? Hey. Then there is another camp of Tufton and Weed. Bobby, Vaz. You know, this is a part that is interesting. The meeting that happened on Monday night, that special meeting that happened over whiskey. They went, you know, and them sit down Courtney. They all sat down in Jamaica. And I got the records of the analysis they're doing. The records Jamaica. They are looking at the trend of what happened in Trinidad. And they are saying for the party to stand a chance, Wholeness cannot be the leader of the party.
So you really are going to resign for you? A lie.
You hear what I said tonight?
Wow.
For the JLP to stand a chance at the poll. They cannot. I hear the wife even saying it now, you know. Even the wife saying he cannot go to the public.
My God.
You don't hear what I say?
My God.
They are saying if the JLP goes with the Wholeness to the public, no more than 300,000 people voting for the JLP across the island. You hear what I say?
Wow.
Bars make it clear already, you know. Bars make it clear. Producer put up the black item and I could show them what happened in Trinidad. And me get the labor write them document. Don't ask how I get it, but them doing the analysis. Courtney, they say if Rowley resign, yes, and then use Stuart Young, see they are in Trinidad. In 2020, the PNM had 322,000 votes. And in 2025, the PNM lost over 100,000 votes. They say, if Wholeness takes it and go to the poll, they cannot get more than 300,000 votes. Because if they are using the local government election as a precursor, the people never came out. You hear what I said tonight? The people never came out. So, and with Rowley even resigning, people knew Rowley was using Stuart Young as a figurehead.
Wow. Yo,
and what happened?
This is crazy,
The
bro.
Trinidadians, the Trini people, they ravished Rowley. They dashed away Stuart Young. To the point that Stuart Young had to send in his resignation as the chairman today. And Rowley has to send in his resignation as party leader.
Wow.
So this is the conversation happening in the JLP right now. That if it happened in Trinidad, the fever going to catch Jamaica. So not even the white Jamaica. Not even the white is into him, you know. So ask yourself what I am telling you tonight, Jamaica. How bad is it over there? Very bad. You remember when the cockroach called and she said, we don't see them campaigning, we don't understand what is happening. There cannot be any campaigning because nobody is buying the message of the Jamaica Labour Party. They have not developed a solid housing strategy and housing policy. So people are saying, how do we react? How do we come? Them saying the best thing right now is for him to resign and say he's handing over the party to someone else. And him don't plan to do that. Remember, him have the Pegasus and him have the Pegasus file on them. So people are asking me, which Peter?
We're being treated.
So people are asking, people are saying, people are asking and people are saying, Jamaica, how do we proceed? There's one simple way to proceed, you know. There's one simple way the labor rights can proceed. And the disconnect and the discontent is going to be even further. Not even Delroy Chuck him to him, you know. Delroy Chuck is saying that it is so bad. It is so bad. Don't you realize that none of them even putting in on them pictures and so forth? Because they're saying that the people are rejecting him. So I said this to say tonight, Jamaica. I am predicting. I am telling if he goes to the poll, the national rejection of a wholeness will be shown. The People's National Party will get about 460,000 votes. I don't think you heard what I said, you know. The People's National Party across the island, cumulatively, will get about 460,000 votes. Break down that per constituency. Wholeness, if he goes to the polls, will not pass 290,000 votes. If they choose another leader in the JLP, the most they will get is 310 to 320 votes, 1,000 votes. The PNP, listen to my argument, Jamaica. Listen to my argument tonight. No leader over there, no one can change the outcome of what is to come. But if they carry him, there is a total desecration of the jail. And he's not going to give up. So if he goes to the poll, Jamaica, mark my word, it is going to be no more than 290,000 votes cumulatively. And people are asking me, teacher, how are you coming by that? If Portia Simpson, go and look at how much votes Portia got 2012. And if you know when PNP people ready and when them turn hands and when them get electrified, come on. And it's a clear indication that it's not well. That's why Nigel Clark left. Because Nigel Clark knew that there was no job security for the third term. So people are asking me tonight, what is it going to look like? You look at the Trinidad flag, you see the Trinidad. Basically, if you look at Trinidad, Jamaica, the entire country yellow, and I just one pinnacle, 13 seats they get you. This year I got 25 seats, and she's still going after 3 more after the recount. And what did I say to you, Kwame? The CSA will get 28 seats after that recount. Remember I said to you in Jamaica, the CSA going to get 28 seats. And when the recounts are finished, Kwame, the recount going to carry her to 28. Because right now, as we speak, she gets another one today, no 26. So somebody Ishmael just said 27, no she get. So Rowley knew what was coming. Rowley understood the aside. The only reason why the Liberal Party win back in Canada, you know. The Liberal Party, the people of Canada standing up against Trump, you know. That is why the Liberal Party won in Canada, you know. So the PNM now is down to 12 seats, you know. It's a hot mess in the JLP. A very hot, very nasty, hot mess in the JLP. And I can tell you. Rowley was ruling similar to Holness. Rowley was ruling almost 9 going 10 years. But I can tell you, listen to my words tonight. If the PNP machinery is solid as I hope it is, 460,000 votes divided by 63 seats. Go to the maths. I told Andre and Brownberg candidate and Campbell so the PNP can get 53 seats. And she said, Andre, how that? Ask Angela Brownberg and ask Dayton Campbell. I told them from about 2021, you know. So the PNP, you remember the carry and you remember Courtney? And I told Angela Brownberg and Dayton. Yes, 53 seats. Mark my word. Because of Holness, many of them going lose because he's a national reject. So on average, on average, 7,500 PNP votes coming up in each seat.
Wow.
On average. And that is a clear indication that people want change.
Damn.
So people are asking me tonight. People are asking tonight. I am telling you, all is not well over there. Imagine Warren Newby had to get a lawyer to write Tories Chan asking him how I don't get confirmed in a seat. Lady Smiley said 53 what? Alright, Lady Smiley. Election night when I want to come over here, Lady Smiley. Because you remember, that the one at Bradley Avenue, catch a friend and say, I have to call it. Jamaica, let me say this to you. Half of the PNP, they never vote in a parish council. You know, hear what I said tonight? Half of the PNP people, they never vote in a parish council. Yes, Courtney. Because remember parochial parish council election. People don't really participate in local government election. Am I telling a lie? So I am telling you, Juliet Cuthbert, not safe. Favour, not safe. And Juliet, you see those 3 seats? Juliet Cuthbert, Juliet Flay. Juliet Cuthbert, Juliet Wellness, and Favour. All 3 of those seats, Courtney, remark my word.
Wow. Juliet Cuthbert, Favour Williams.
You see, all East. Go back, not even
well, Juliet Cuthbert, we can't believe Juliet Cuthbert, but Favour?
Paul Patmore. Remember, so much time I called him Paul Patmore.
Paul Patmore go win. Big too. Paul Patmore go win. Big.
Portmore is going back. The entire Portmore is going back orange, you know.
What about Portmore the parish?
The entire St. Mary is fully orange, you know. Bobby Montague will not have a seat after this election. Bobby Montague will not have a seat after this election.
Wow.
Portland, problems in Portland, you know.
Wow.
Westmoreland and Hanover, you know, quick. Manchester, I hear the word Manchester.
Woo.
So I am telling you,
damn,
their national canvas system is not working. The national canvas system not looking good.
Damn.
And they're in panic mode, Jamaica. McGregor gone, clear. I'm telling you. So when Juliette Holness sees what is happening, that is why she's saying I cannot work with him. People are asking how I know it. I will tell you this, Jamaica. As much as I brush the labor rights, many labor rights still love me. So anything happening over there, Jamaica, the labor rights call me and then tell me. The labor, Courtney can tell you, the labor rights call me and then tell me what is happening over there. I can't give you the intricacies of everything, Jamaica, because if I speak, people are going to say backside of that one they tell you. But listen to me tonight, Jamaica. Listen to me tonight.
King serious.
Listen to me tonight. And listen to me well.
Confusion in Ann Jones territory. Pastor Peter Chambers did tell them.
Unhappy. Very unhappy. Labor rights are angry and labor rights are upset. Labor rights are upset and labor rights are angry and bitter.
Wow.
And many of them don't get them partner draw, you know. And after 9 years, them say, Andre, not with him. Not with him. And Delano is stirring up a serious antness over there, you know. And I'm saying, Delano, continue to stir the antness. Continue to stir the antness. And why I don't like Delano? You want to tell you why I don't like Delano?
Yeah.
Remember when Audley Shaw was running, Delano was the key youth person who was going up against him and organizing G2K and all of them against Holness. He is somebody that holds grudge. So that is why we're named Newbie and all of them can't get no seat. So he has held Delano. And then what Delano has done, he has forced his hand. Delano violated him. You heard what I said? Delano violated him. Because according to him, he gave Delano something to walk. Remember, you know, give Delano senator, you know. And you would have think that would be enough. He went further. Remember, he never gave his disciple Marlon a government ministry. He gave Delano a state minister position, and Delano boxed him in the face.
Whoa.
But Delano understands the politics, and Delano is also a chess player like him. So Delano just hold his hand. You recognize the day that Delano came out in the video, the day when Christ was crucified. Delano deliberately do it to show him the story of Judas. In Jamaica, Delano equally is a chess player. He could have done it on Holy Thursday. He did it the day Christ was crucified.
Wow,
he did it on Good Friday.
Yo, man, listen, man. Y'all gotta stop, bro. What? Oh, my goodness.
So I am telling you, Jamaica. Delano was showing him, we know that you are cornered now. Have you realized that ever since of late, anything tourism that he's doing, Delano is never in this space with him? Why is Delano not in this space with him? He has made it clear he no wants no space with Delano. Delano violated him.
Whoa.
So Delano nailed him to the cross. Nailed him.
Whoa.
And Delano was not alone in nailing him. Check me. Delano have some very powerful people in the Labour Party who say, fix him, let us nail him to the cross. Checkmate him and crucify him. That's what he did. And that's why he's upset. That is why he's upset. And Delano's made it clear. If I have to resign as senator, if I resign as state minister, I'm going to resign, but you can't take away the seat from me. You have to make me go challenge. So no. But no. Hey, you want to hear the interesting part? Christian Tavares is saying, this is too much problem. Christian Tavares, you cannot get Warmington seat. Christian Tavares, one of Warmington's boys, already get the seat. Christian, you see the lawyer where you are par with, Martin, where you and your papa run up and down with Martin, that attorney. Him and Warmington sign a pact, you know. Christian, you cannot betray your friend Martin. The attorney Martin. Martin has spent a lot of time and done a lot of investment in Holland. And all of a sudden, Christian Tavares want to come and take away the seats. Martin! So, Martin, aren't you aware that your friend, Christian Tavares, wants the seat? Well, Martin are giving it to you as I know. So, imagine you investing every day down there, you know, Courtney. Every day they have funeral, you know, with half a man, you know. You know what that is, they say? Half a man. So I am telling you, Jamaica, plenty trouble. Then turn left a problem. Then turn right a problem.
Wow.
We're playing still shouldn't attack to half a man, mama. So I am telling you, when you see on the day I listen to the program tonight, and nobody now bless, nobody now send no $20. Me need 10 people to send $20 for this a nice class. 10 people to send a $20 for this nice class. I'm going to open the phone line, but you have 10 people. So that is why if you don't look after the poster them with the people them who are run for MP don't have. You have piss up Sandra Brown, you're not piss up yet. Sandra, you don't piss up yet. Because when they start over there in Jamaica, many more will have to suffer. Many more will have to.
Yo, Andre is a trip, bro.
You realize none of the leader is not on the post because they're adamant Jamaica. They're not advertising themselves with the leader because him is a liability. I tell you, the meeting on Monday, the people said no. So are you asking me when the poll going call? Thank you guys. Bless up the super chat. I'm going to take some calls now, you know. When the poll going call, Courtney, the Constitution will have to call the election. The Constitution will have to call the election. The Constitution, Jamaica, will have to call the election. After 9 years, he couldn't organize the party to go to an election. After 9 years, he couldn't have organized the party.
That's bad.
He called it in COVID. He called it. And he cannot do that now, Jamaica. And you are telling me that something is not wrong. You are, Jamaica, we are what? We are, tomorrow is the 1st of May, aren't we? May, June, can't call it June. There is no, and I said to people, the election cannot call July because there's no political activity happening. So you hear the argument about the ombudsman, they'll write Chuck same fine and they find an ombudsman. All of a sudden they'll write Chuck fine ombudsman. When you hear Chuck fine ombudsman today, Jamaica. Him himself not even know who the ombudsman is. Him himself don't know who the ombudsman is. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, Jamaica, about the ombudsman. Listen.
I have been advised that an individual has been appointed to carry out the field functions previously conducted by the then standalone political ombudsman. I understand that the Electoral Commission of Jamaica has also been undertaking the work of the political ombudsman to include receiving complaints and related matters concerning the previously held local government elections. Moreover, I must make it abundantly clear that a sum of $60 million provided for in the budget for the 2024-25 financial year for matters related to the role and functions of that office was not used by the
Godson, big up yourself.
In relation to the role and function of the political ombudsman is funded from the ECJ's budget. With this new development, I am now urging the ECJ to provide details surrounding the terms and engagement of the individual now functioning in the role of the previous office of political ombudsman, as well as how members of the public can contact that office with election-related matters.
So all of a sudden, the ombudsman resurfaced.
All of a sudden.
But even Chuck admit in our interview with Bradley Avenue. You know what how confused they are? You know what listen to Chuck today for the interview with Bradley Avenue.
Point person has been appointed by the ECJ, and he or she has been carrying out the work that normally was done by the former political ombudsman.
What do you mean a point person has been appointed?
The person, you remember I was calling for a director of political conduct. It appears that such a person has been appointed and has been working with the ECJ for quite some time without fanfare. In other words, that person has been receiving reports, investigating these reports, and reported back to the ECJ. And, you know, all of this is happening, and the public has not been informed.
Well, you don't know. Well, you're the minister, you have responded, you don't know that. How we're going to know?
I didn't know at all until it came to my attention in recent times.
Hold on. Let us get it very clear. The Electoral Commission has appointed what? Someone. To what office? What's the name of the office? Let's get that clear first.
Well, first of all, it is for the Electoral Commission to see what is the name of that person firstly, and secondly, that they will be the point person to do the work that was normally done by the standalone political ombudsman, save and except. All the information will be brought to the attention of the ECJ, and it is the ECJ that will make the decision.
What can go so?
Madness.
Jamaica, it was Chuck who was telling us.
People tap up the screen for me now. 76 people watching. Let's get it to 100 likes.
Don't need none and no.
No, say someone just come in a while and can't catch a replay. Zane?
Chuck himself don't even know who the ombudsman is.
Make that make sense.
Chuck himself, Jamaica, need to ball out because Chuck don't know who the ombudsman is. Unnecessary say there is a wind of confusion following them. He or she. And what is the ombudsman? Who is the ombudsman? Chuck. Me tell you, say he was on them whiskey in a Putney. He was on them whiskey.
Audrey, what's up?
The Justice Minister himself don't know who the ombudsman is. This is real. You remember I tell Susan one day it's not a Chinese man shop. This is definitely a party shop. Let me see who is calling. Hello, good night caller. Welcome to Partner Draw. And you know, Jamaica, you know, what is very interesting, he called the election in 2020, a year before it was constitutionally due. And now, in less than 6 months, 5 months to an election, he can't
call it.
Cannot call it. You don't see something is wrong?
Very wrong indeed.
So I want to know, he or she, I wonder if it's a case, if the ombudsman is AI. I wouldn't be surprised that the ombudsman is AI, you know.
Oh, wow, AI.
I think the ombudsman is a transmission.
Lord have mercy.
A transmission. You go call Shalaman. I will name Shalaman.
All out! Whoa! We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out. From Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody. Man or woman.
Jamaica. Is what I mean? Shalama or Shala. Because Chuck say is a he or she. I really want to know. Is that transmission? Because I wonder if Shalom knows who. Probably Shalom knows who is the ombudsman in the Jamaica. Because Shalom is Shalom in there. Because Chuck don't know who the ombudsman is. Chuck say he or she. But I believe it's artificial intelligence. Jamaica.
Yo, Mr.
These are worrying trends.
Worrying trends.
Very worrying times, you know.
Very worrying times indeed, my brother.
This is real dolly house business.
Terrible, man.
I have never seen this level of dolly house skullduggery operate. You know, I wonder if it's real. I wonder if it's real. This young. What can go so? I wonder if it's real. I'm a free agent. Yes. I wonder if it's real, Jamaica. I I would want to know who the ombudsman is.
But the ombudsman should be an independent person.
Yes, but...
Not a leader,
So I want to know if it's the free agent, or I wonder if it's Georgie Porgy putting on that. And him said the person was operating in the ombudsman's office previous. Says, oh, that is the Julius is crashier. So I am asking, why couldn't Delroy Chuck tell the public?
Be a bangarang last night.
But
be a bangarang last night,
on
people.
the ECJ.
No, sir.
If Wentworth Kefri sits on the ECJ, Andre Franklin for the JLP, and Tom Tavares, how none of them? So you're telling me that Dayton Campbell is being mischievous? So you're telling me that Dayton know that an ombudsman is there and he's being mischievous? That's gonna call Dr. Dayton Campbell.
Exactly.
Somebody call Dr. Campbell for me.
Call him, Andre. Call him.
I want Dr. Campbell to tell me how him know an ombudsman operate and him never tell
and he never tell nobody. Oh, you mean? You know what, I'm not gonna make that point earlier.
Somebody call Dr. Campbell and tell him to call me. Because I want him to tell me and tell the public.
Call it, man.
Who is the ombudsman? Because according to Chuck, the ombudsman has been operating from the time of the previous ombudsman to present. You know, this administration. Bella, Councillor Bella, this administration certainly one partition. Wanna call Dr. Campbell now, please? But I get another word. That them want Audrey Max to run up in a Western St. Mary. They want that's where Bobby Magic you up there, you know.
Bobby, whatever.
So who was the point previous person? This look like a dream, you know. Look like Chuck just woke up, got up some whiskey, and decided in going to talk that, you know. Because if you hear all the people, them are rough. But because they have come under international pressure,
yes,
the watchdog organizations such as CAFE have been saying that the ombudsman needs to be in place. And apparently him drink the whiskey without the ice, you know. Him drink the whiskey without the ice. So we can't take the whiskey without the ice, Jamaica. Him talking some gibberish and talk a story and lie, you know. 60 million for the ombudsman.
Yes, 60 million. Boy!
So I want no collecting that money and we don't know about it.
That more no.
Jamaica, wouldn't you want to know how somebody acting in the role of the ombudsman?
And nobody
you
knows.
And I don't sleep.
Yeah, that's crazy. 60 million? Come on, man.
So who is the point person from the previous? Come on, students. So come open the phone line with me tonight. We have 17 minutes and that will be at 11 o'clock tonight. We know the class 9. But Dr. Campbell very sober.
He's so gone left on the right now, man. 3 minutes.
Only not tell Dr. Campbell to call me tonight. Open the phone lines until 11 o'clock for me, no producer. Open the phone lines, let me talk to me people to find out what really they want. Lord, hot topic a call. Hot topic a call. It now nice over here tonight.
Hot topic? What?
Good night, hot topic.
Yes, teacher. Good night. Now, let me make it quick and fast. Delroy Chuck in the interview with Cliff.
Yeah.
He said, and I quote, the previous point person in the former ombudsman office at the time of Dana Parchment, right? Him said that person is the person who currently holds the office.
Yeah.
So the key is for us to dig after.
Find out who did in a Dana Parchment Brown office.
Me I go away for go start my class. You figure that out. It's your job. I mean, no, you can't find the answer.
I will find the names of those who were working in Dana.
All right, me I go away.
All
yes,
right.
I mix up.
I don't mix up, you know. I don't mix up. But I can tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if the free agent. But by a morning, we all should know who's the ombudsman, who operating. We all will know tomorrow who is the ombudsman operating. But I can tell you, Jamaica, this is a very interesting time in the country. And the office of the ombudsman never had been a lot of people. It never had been a lot of people. So it should be easy to find.
Very. 7 people, the lady said. We covered it earlier.
But Courtney, really?
7 people.
Really? The man said the person has been operating. Let us be logical. If this person has been operating for some time now, how then, up to last week he said, No more of it. He said to you all last week, no more of it.
Yeah.
Or I wonder if it's Radcliffe.
They like a liar, brother, as far as me
It's Radcliffe
concerned.
in blue, yes.
A liar. And if first time I get caught in a lie.
I know Bradley always carry them argument.
You remember when Delroy Chuck they caught up in that thing where him say about the parliamentarians them and how them not supposed to them they hide this from the IC and whatever, and he come back and he twist round his statement and rephrase and one back or something. Delroy Chuck, as far as me concerned, a liar, brother. Can't fix me. That's my opinion. Me not trust him. I don't trust Delroy Chuck and my justice minister. I don't trust him. I don't trust you.
Bradley and George, confused. But I can tell you, George Podge coming tomorrow morning to tell you no. Hey, is who is the ombudsman, and he's going to justify, you know. Yes. He's going to justify tomorrow how that ombudsman operates. And you know, Jamaica. If it is that this person is operating, Lord, Ed Boy calling. Hey! Me have to take
when I wait for Ed Boy call. Me when I wait for this.
Good night.
Good night, Professor. Let me open the bat tin tonight.
Yeah.
You know,
I think I'll lay the surface, you know, for you to do some bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, the wicket keeper tonight. Come make we bowl, no?
Can you believe?
Yes.
Right? Delroy Chuck, who's the Minister of Justice, is going to come and tell us after 9 years, well, certainly after 3-4 years after things in the Ombudsman office, that he has magically discovered that there was an ombudsman. There was somebody acting in the post of ombudsman.
Oh, magically, probably suffering from dementia.
Probably.
Probably suffering from scotch-litis.
Probably.
Scotch-litis?
That is when you have too much.
Too much scotch. Oh, scotch-litis. Or I would have called it whiskey-litis.
And that as well. Both of them, whiskey-litis and scotch-litis.
Whiskey and scotch-litis.
Because I said to Delroy, drunk, you know. And so he would have not discovered that there was somebody appointed.
Yeah.
But I just think that
oh yeah.
And did you hear him talking when he said it to
Bradley?
To Bradley. No. Guy couldn't even believe what he's saying.
You surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. But I also see obviously talking about pressure in his seat pan him, you know.
Oh, Stacey Knight giving him bangarang in the seat.
Stacey Knight giving him pressure. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have to be prepared University Hospital for him because he's on that seat. The man like your chicken in a grand spin.
He might get chicken in a grand spin. I see my and he got about 3,000 bun in give what yeah. Yes.
So all you see is that they are reacting to the pressure that they face. But teacher, I'm not going to be long, so let me allow somebody to come in.
All right. I think you'd have got bomb it up tonight, but me understand. All right, Edward.
The only thing I can say about Chuck, right?
No, but what about the argument? What I talk about the three camp operating in the jail? Oh, you know, come confirm and you know, say me attack the truth.
Oh, but I know, but let me tell you, the three camps have been operating. And you spoke to the Alderman situation. In 2007, when Bobby Mantico ran, you know they wanted Alderman to run Western St. Mary?
Oh, no, where she come from?
Yeah, she come from, and by the way, she's the only JLP in her family.
Oh, so I appear PNP in the Alderman family?
So the trick is, if they really want her to run, it's because Bobby has grown out and support with a lot of the constituency. But Andrew Marks, being a PNP, would be able to stem up in Gale Division from him.
Oh.
Yeah? Right. And Bobby has lost his edge in Gale.
Oh, yes.
Seen by losing the local government election. Yeah? So but I'm not certain how good that argument is. So I'm not going to push it. But what I can tell you.
People are telling me, man, the Labour right, them are telling me. A Labour right tell me, you know. Say right now, because you know, say Bobby and the whole of them want to get out the Prime Minister. So apparently he might find the people them who put in the seat them who will support you. You don't know him style already, head boy.
Yes, you have to divide and rule. And then you have to put in people. Remember now, there's going to be this election. The JLP is not running a national election, they're running an internal election. So what Andrew is doing is busy pulling down and taking down people to them in certain areas. But the camps now, I've been talking about the camps the longest on social media. Particularly the fact that that Delano still right. Yes?
But you know, the Delano farm alliance with Juliet though. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Well, you understand, you know? In the,
You remember
in this,
Michael Manley told us, you know, no permanent enemies,
no permanent. But Juliet Wallace is not stupid. I think if she sees the wave, if she sees where the tide is going, if she's political, she will join with Delano.
Yeah, man.
But remember, she will throw her husband under the bus any day, and you know it more than me.
Yes.
Once it is her that gaining power, she don't have no question that. But I see Delano more representing the Ordisha factor. Yeah? Fraction. So, and by the way, they might see him as the potential person to put up the challenges. Young, fresh.
The young Turks.
Yeah.
The young Turks coming after me.
Yeah, I remember he's from the school that don't necessarily like Andrew Willis.
And I plenty of them.
Yeah. Then you have also remember you have Tufton in the play.
Yeah, man. It's an interesting time. Very interesting.
But Tufton the challenge that Tufton faces is that he faces a younger Delano who seemingly has garnered more ground support in the JLP than he now has. And you see what happened to, you know, people rewarded for bravery.
Yes.
There are some of the laborers who wanted to stick it to Andrew but couldn't stick it. Know that them to Delano do it.
Yeah, man, them are grow balls. Yeah, man, we know that.
So, you know, anyway, teacher, all right, I can say what I'm calling tonight, tomorrow, or the next day, the results will be like in Trinidad.
Oh, Lord.
The results will be like in Trinidad, a clean sweep.
Clean sweep.
Yeah,
Mr. 460,000 votes nationally.
Clean, and you know what going clean is? The way the sweep going to be clean. It might also sweep him out of West Central St. Andrew.
Oh, it can't be that bad.
No, I'm telling teacher, if you look at anybody who believe in West Central St. Andrew cannot be won by the PMPs and either. And let me tell you why. Look at Mullines Gardens. Yeah? Typically, they come out with about there's 12,000 voters there, no more than 6,000 going vote. Yeah? But as a PMP stronghold.
Alright.
Yeah?
Alright,
I don't have to say nothing.
I hear you make me left that one day for tonight.
No, we're not saying nothing more than I'm telling you. Hey! Going to stay in the seat and election.
My God!
Alright, good boy.
Alright.
I remember too, in a half feather, the whole of the seat. Remember, I have towns in
people like up alive.
We're in serious problem.
Like up alive, people. All extra time I go. Like up alive. But they are for a while now. I not like.
Anyhow, Jamaica.
They are more than 3 hours.
It was a pleasure being here with you all tonight. Remember, tomorrow is also a cooking day. Tomorrow I do a nice seafood medley for soup.
Big up Andre. People, the political ombudsman in its original form, I am of the opinion. Blessings to you. Thank you so much, TB. TB, are you send me $10 for the catch up? People remember say me have PayPal too, you know. Most people in Jamaica have PayPal. Remember say me have PayPal too. You understand? BOLO 876J. It's right there. Pinned. Yeah, so if you don't want to bless up a platform, you can bless it up. Me not limit it to any amount of people. Whatever your heart tell you, go ahead. You understand? Me not say 20 people to send me nothing. I mean, one thing I know about donation, one good Samaritan, or 2 or 3 good Samaritan can bless up your platform. You don't know. You just never know. Alright? And trust me, those donations, it helps the platform. Helps the platform. You get me? Right? So, I'm going to continue to advertise my donations as much as I remember. I really don't remember a lot, to be honest with you. To remind people that the donation link is pinned. I really don't remember to do it. Thank you so much for the consideration, TB. Appreciate that. But yeah, man, as I was saying, to wrap up, the political ombudsman is in its original form, and how it was. I now understand it to be based off this live stream that I just did. Whoever watched the live stream all the way through, I think you'll get a lot of insight if you haven't already about the political ombudsman. So I believe the political ombudsman should be given more powers, more teeth, and there should be something in the Constitution that solidifies the political ombudsman being independent and always there. Also, the recommendation, Marie, how you doing, love? Good evening to you. The recommendation of the former political ombudsman, I think needs to be revisited and also implemented. I had some suggestions for Mark Golding. You know, I need to start writing down these suggestions, and also I need to start going back and going through the video and just putting out shorts about these suggestions. But I encourage people to video, you know, screen record. You're on the job. Thank you so much for your support. You understand? I hope everything is blessed with you and the family, Marie. Big up yourself. All right, love. So, it is unsettling that we have a minister of government, a minister of justice that was unaware, according to him, that there was a political ombudsman appointed long ago. Like, how does that happen? How do we come to the point where you don't know this? You know, it says a lot to me personally that it's that I can't trust nothing that comes out of their mouth. How $60 million they told us was put in there, and you didn't know that there was a. Thank you so much. Thank you. I need God's protection. We all need God's protection. $60 million they said was put in there. So, like, what happened? How don't you know these things? What kind of operation is the Jamaica Labour Party running? Well, I mean, it's just no accountability, no good structure, no supervision. Everybody just do as they please type of vibe. And then Andre asked a great question. Dr. Dayton Campbell is a part of the ECJ, so he would have come out and told us if there was a political ombudsman. Yeah, it run for autopilot. I believe they were preoccupied before in filling them cross, so to speak, and now they're preoccupied in cleaning up their mess. And Andrew Willis does not have the integrity or the fortitude to step aside and resign. And I'm glad in some aspects that he doesn't, because he's going to sink the JLP, and that's what we need to happen, because they don't need to go back into power. None of them had the balls to step up to Andrew and say, Bridget, you can't be here so being investigated by the Integrity Commission. They must go. None of them had the integrity to do so. Right? I said it many, many times. I don't trust none of them because of it. Nobody spoke up. Nobody resigned. Nobody moved away from the party. The only person that moved away from the party was Nigel Clark. And I still don't trust Nigel. And I have my reasons why. But nobody don't step away from that party. And they had all the reasons to, on a level of integrity. They had a reason to step away. But they didn't. Now we are facing an election coming up that it appears that the JLP, the Jamaica Lawless Party, is willing to do anything, including jeopardizing the political ombudsman role to best suit them. It's a crying shame. It's a crying shame. Anyway, I want to thank each and every one of you for making it. Both of you are 2.0. You know what I'm saying? As per usual, like I said, I'm gonna be doing more of these live streams like this. I don't know what's going on with my computer. I don't know if it's my computer. I just don't know. But I don't know, man. When I use the OBS, it keeps dropping, and then you guys. I know there's no sound, Izzy. I had to mute that part of the conversation. I'm getting smoked out of my house, and I'm here wondering why there's so much smoke in my house. But firelight and a beer smoke on two sides of the house. The whole house full of smoke. I can't even get no good oxygen for breathe right now. This is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm gone here. I'm gonna big up on myself. I'm gone. The word is love. We need about the political ombudsman in her or his original status quo, and that's the final on that. You guys have yourselves a wonderful evening, alright? Mighty God of Daniel, I can't believe this. I'm gonna big up on myself, yeah? Jesus. I'm out.